Okay, welcome back, everybody, to the Masterclass Intensive at Deering Acting Studio. We are here in day 4, and this is always a bittersweet day for us because we've grinded and it's been hard, and you know, in some ways we're like, oh, we made it through Masterclass, and then I know in other ways, all of us, the team here, all the students are like, well, now what? You know, because you get put in this bubble and you're working hard, you're developing yourself in a way that you haven't in a while. And so it becomes addicting and you want more of that thing. And so, so we get that. So I'm going to encourage everybody today to remember that your progress is on you. We brought in some students here. One of our students is coming in from northern Arizona. We have 2 of our past students who have come back, you know, who are out in LA and Chicago, and I know they're local right now, but really they don't have to be, right? And so understand that the way the progression works in life and in our classes, that you have the choice to keep going and to keep doing different things, and this online format is just one brand new way to never have an excuse. I love the way my wife put it, because she mentioned that things are going to change, like forever. In some ways, things are going to change. And one of the things she brought up was, is anyone ever going to really be able to call in sick? Like, will that even be a thing? Because we've all proven we can work from home, so now it's like, what does that even mean? Like, how sick do you have to be to, like, really call in sick, you know? So as an actor, think about it this way, right? So our next masterclass is already on the schedule. You should already be committed. You should already be pushing your scene forward. You should be thinking that way. We have our script classes in line on purpose to help students progress on the in-between. So whether or not you pick up a monologue, or ideally you get to push your scene forward with your scene partner during those ongoing weekly courses, that's what that work is for. And then you get this time to do these big, intensive, like all-inclusive masterclass intensive moments where you're going to be all in for 4 days, and that's a good thing too. So I just want to tell everybody today to not to worry. You know, you're gonna don't go through the typical depression of the post-scene study bubble thing. And I can tell you, I ran into the same thing when I took Larry's class. I came out of it and I'm like, oh, now what? And so that's exactly what I did, is I just kept progressing through different courses. I kept trying to pick up new plays and new scene partners and working through things in that way. So that's what we're going to be doing. We have plenty of classes set up here for everybody. I want you to know that there is a chance, there's a way for you to keep going. And even, you know, I'll talk directly. I'm not sure if she's on yet, but I'll talk directly to somebody like BB, who, you know, you went off to USC and whatnot, and you know what we got here. You know what's available to you, and now you know that you can and you really should be signed up for these courses ongoing. Because if you really want to do this, you need to be training at this level on an ongoing basis. And that is really what I want for everybody, and how we want to help everybody get to that next level. So, all right, let's get on to the first scene here. I'm very excited to start day 4. What about you, Joey?
I am so excited. I am so excited. It's going to be great. This is one for the books for sure. We'll never forget this.
We will never forget this. And you know, there will be more of this. You know, I mean, Joey. So we're already debating. Just so everybody knows, we're literally debating as a team over here of whether or not the online is better than the in-person.
Sorry, guys, I like it better. It just is
Joey
what
likes
it
it
is.
better. But the thing is, there are some really fun, unique challenges to doing this online and creating your own camera angles and all this like really cool stuff. And so I get that. Like, I totally get that. And at the same time, I know that there's going to be a huge group of people who are going to say, no, no, no. If we can be in person, we want to be in person, you know. But the bottom line is this will have forever changed us. I mean, this was a moment in time that because we said yes and because you guys said yes to do this, our studio will be forever changed, and this will be an option that we can go to, and I'm sure that we will. So that's very exciting as well. All right, we've got a great scene for you coming up first. For those of you online, welcome to the Deering Acting Studio. If you missed the progression, you can always go back and you can see some of these scenes done the first day. You can watch the coaching and the progression. You can see where they got to on their second day. So our first scene up today is going to be Saya and Ian, who will be working on an excerpt from the play The Interrogation.
Hi.
Hi.
Starting butane again?
No.
All right, good. We're gonna take this back to you two. So, interesting. Did you mute yourself on purpose, Ian?
No, they told us they would be muted and that they could unmute us at a certain point. But once we started, I flipped it around, so I never got to see that it was giving me the prompt to unmute.
Got it. Cool.
Yeah. And then I was like, oh.
Well, I was glad you could hear her. I wasn't sure, but I also thought it might have been a choice, and I was like, okay, we'll let this play out, see what happens.
You gave me a heart attack, Ian. You gave me a
I
heart
apologize.
attack.
I was like, oh, I did not get it.
Okay, so you guys were both tuned in yesterday. So we ended up with some technical errors here up front. And, you know, one was the mute, but the other one was once you picked it up, Ian, that you needed to then calm yourself, make sure that you got settled, and that we could hear your line, because there ended up being that interference there for a second. The other thing is, let me ask you again about him. So what further work did you do on this character?
So we built, I guess, a past history through improv, and so that helped. I started realizing, because of the choice of his words and how it felt so weird to say them, that to really rely on where we're at and being New York, there's a certain, and being, I guess, upper class, there's a certain way to carry yourself, but being resentful. So like that really started to shape who I am and really feel like I am the character now. And I did feel natural doing these lines, and everything started to click. So being addicted to liquor and smoking, but not being me in the beginning. But now this is who I am, and it's a normal thing. Using that throughout my mannerisms.
Good. So, and it's interesting because your smile that you brought to her early on, right when she said, "Are you there?" is correct. Like he's gonna welcome her in this way, but what you didn't have was the haze of addiction on top of it, or underneath it, or something. So just realize that he's hurting, you know. So when she and he's also the interesting thing about this guy, I don't know if you picked this up or not, but he's cocky.
We had that in the improv.
Okay, he's incredibly cocky. So what I'm saying is, like, he's got it. When she shows up, he's incredibly confident that he's gonna have no problem taking her home.
Okay.
And it turns out he's right too. But the more he sees and the more she unravels what she's been up to, he quickly figures out that this is going to be harder than he thought. So you don't have to be so like kind and nice and you know, polite and like, you know, he's not a weak character by any stretch of the imagination. Now, yes, he's a little nervous for today and whatever, and he's and all those things are true, and he's trying to win her over. And then when he sees her, becomes a little bit nervous because it's like he's up against an obstacle and he didn't know what he was up against until he sees it. And now he's battling against new information as it comes out live. And he's like, oh, you've bettered yourself in that way. Oh, crap, in this way too. And now I have to overcome that, basically. The other thing I wonder is if it would make sense for you to be, for this format, checking in with the camera every now and then as if you're looking to see if she's showing up.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
So that, I thought that's what I don't know if you guys saw it, but I was doing that even though I have it flipped, and that's causing the unrest of.
Got it. So you know what? It didn't play. Okay. So you can see me right now, yeah? Can you see me?
Okay. I pinned her to it. Now I can.
Okay. So in the actual scene, when you're doing this on stage, you would probably be doing something like this, where you look at your watch, and then literally turn your head around to see if she's coming in yet. Okay. Because we can't do that, you're probably going to need to do something physical where you come closer to the phone and be looking to make sure you set it up right. You know, what are the thoughts that you're going to be thinking of? Like, you know, what time is it? You know, and you could be looking even on your phone, so you can go close, you can look at your watch, make sure they're matching, make sure you set up the meeting right, make sure, like, whatever. So you're looking to see, and it seems to be set up right. So you keep doing stuff, and then you're like, did I? And then you check it again, you know. So a little bit of that continual unrest stuff, right? And then just imagine that opening smile as being, I don't know how long she's been watching me. I don't know if she saw me being nervous, and I'm trying to play it cool. Like ain't nothing. Okay? All right. And then technically, remember, like, if you drop the phone, I think that's awesome. It was a happy accident, cool. You have to reset, stop,
okay,
connect, make sure you've got sound, and then speak. Okay?
Okay.
All right, here we go. That's good. And so let me show you exactly how to do this from a visual standpoint. So
okay.
so stay stay right where you're at. I'm just gonna direct you through it.
So I because of the notes that we did the other day.
Yeah.
Help me, I guess, make it more real. I mean, I could do it without it, but I flipped the camera around. So
I want that. I actually just want to direct you through this.
Okay.
Because you kind of nailed it, but I wanted to give you one small thing that's just gonna help us visually. And then this goes back to, let's imagine, okay, that we continue this scene, as I hope you do, and we're doing this in like the regular scene class on, you know, Monday or Tuesday night, and so you're doing this regularly. When you rehearse outside of class, you'd want to do it just like this, but record yourselves and then look at it back and see where could I improve on my own personal technology, where can I improve on my camera angles, etc., because that's now a part of the thing that you have to figure out as an actor. Okay, so here's what I want you to do. So the same thing when you were looking to check. So do that again where you reach out and you're looking to check and you're looking at time. Then from there, right from there, look at your watch, but stay where you are. Look at your watch and back to the screen. Watch and back to the screen. Good. And so you're looking at your watch and just making sure that your watch verifies like that she should be there or not be there. And then you look at your watch and don't reach at the screen, but keep looking at your watch and look up and like, damn it. Now get kind of pissed and smoke and look at your watch and smoke. Maybe she's not going to show up. Should I exit out? Should I sit here?
Hi.
Oh, hi. Oh, give me a second.
Oh, you can't add that. Can't add that line in there.
Ah.
So let's just keep it here now, okay? Because I think you can pull it off. So now just realize that you gotta go. Like if you want to, just either like pin me or something, so you're not looking at her, or like whatever you want. But the point here is you're gonna now, every time you're in unrest, you want to go to the drink, go to the smoke. You should start getting shaky a little bit, and you know you're completely hungover from yesterday. The only thing that's gonna help is more alcohol, and then cigarettes. Like extreme need to smoke right now, extreme. So the fact that the lighter's not working should really bother you.
Yeah.
And you're going like, do I have another lighter somewhere? I don't. Okay, come on. Like this thing's got to work. And then every now and then you're going to just make sure she's not looking at you. So you got to check your watch, smoke. Check your watch, smoke. Okay, so that the more out of shape you look and the more you can get yourself distracted from the fact that she's watching you, ideally she should surprise you and be like, "Oh, crap. Hello. Like how long you been looking?" Okay?
Okay.
All right, here we go. And Saya, you try to stay still on your side and very focused with just your eyes, because we want all focus to be on him, and we want to see that you're watching him.
Hi.
Oh, hi.
All right, good. Now, Saya, so we're gonna do it again because we really got to get on the right foot here. So when you come in, so you could definitely be entertained, but it's not happy entertained. It's like good.
Okay.
I get to nail him, just like I hoped, and you're watching him, and like, yeah, I mean, some of it's kind of cute maybe, but for the most part, whatever. But then when you pop in, it's like, hi, but I don't really care.
Okay.
Like, oh, did we have a meeting today? Was it, am I very late? Because I wasn't even thinking about it. I literally almost forgot, and then I remembered, but I'm like, I'm in between my yoga class and my croquet and everything, so you know.
Yeah.
Because you need him to win you over.
Mm-hmm.
Don't forget, this guy cheated on you with the girl from Portugal and the whole bit, and he looks like hell and you look great, and he needs to know that, he needs to see it. So you want to be as nice as you can, as nice as possible, but don't lose the pain underneath. Like, I don't want you to come out and just be mean. That would be the wrong choice. But you've got to, like, the reality of that's got to be there, and you need him to watch you. You don't want to be watching him.
Yeah.
So you get to watch him early, but then as soon as he pays attention, it's, yep, you get to watch me now and look at my legs.
Okay. Okay. Perfect.
Okay. So try this, Saya. Set the phone down someplace. He can't see you still. He can't see you. Now pretend like you haven't been watching and just say hi and kind of walk away from camera like it's no big deal, like you just got home.
Okay. Hi.
Hi.
Oh. Make him earn it. Make him earn your attention.
Snorting butane again?
Out of gas.
Am I very late?
No.
Too mean, Saya. Too mean.
Okay.
It's more like I don't care, not I'm mad at you. You want him to think you're over him. That's the thing. Like, I was so busy that I literally forgot about the thing. So like, was it 9 or 9:30? I really don't remember.
Okay.
Yeah, it's sincere in that way where you're trying to make him realize that you're over him.
Okay.
And being mad is not being over somebody.
Yeah.
If you're mad, he wins.
Yeah.
If you're too nice, he wins. You have to find that middle ground.
Okay. Okay. Snorting butane again?
Out of gas.
Am I very late?
No, not very.
Trying to find a cab on Sundays, like trying to find a rabbi.
So, how are you? How you been?
Can't complain. Same old table, I see.
Yeah, same old spot. You look good.
Thanks. I feel good.
You've lost weight.
It's a new diet. I can eat anything I want as long as I don't swallow.
Where'd you get the sun?
St. Martin.
St. Martin.
It's an island in the Caribbean.
Yeah, I know. It's Dutch, isn't it?
Yeah, good. Yeah, good. Why do you say that, Ian?
Because I feel like she made me feel like I didn't know that.
That's right.
Like,
You want to sound smart, and you
and
are,
every, yeah,
and you are smart.
like I know where it's at.
That's right.
I didn't ask for that. Yeah.
And I can tell you that Matthew Deering didn't know that information. I mean, I knew it because of the play, but I wouldn't have just known where St. Martin was necessarily, right? But this is something that rich kids know where it is, or very intelligent people know exactly where these little islands are, right? So you're going, oh yeah, like it's here, right? But then she one-ups you back.
Yeah.
And this is what I mean, Saya. Like, you're not mean. You're like, where'd you get the sun? St. Martin. Like, he's like, what? Like, you're vacationing? Like, we never vacationed together. And you're like, oh yeah, like I vacation now.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Good. I just want to make sure we got that, because there's a lot of this sort of like back and forth play. Even let's go all the way back and just have you be right where you are, Saya, and have you go into the one of your early lines. I'm trying to remember what it is.
I can eat anything I want.
No, before that.
Like really before? Like
Yeah,
in the beginning?
Yeah, like
trying to find a cab on Sunday.
that. Yeah, that's right. So that line right there is smart and witty, and you're gonna play it. You're gonna play it low key, not like a jerk, and not flirty, but he's gonna respect your intelligence and your comedy there.
Okay. Trying to find a cab on Sundays, like trying to find a rabbi in Wyoming.
So, how are you? How you been?
Can't complain. Same old table, I see.
Good. Now, and this is very subtle, because and you guys are earning this critique. So, Ian, very good, dude. You've obviously progressed. We'll talk about that later. But right now, realize that those are two questions. How are you and how you been are two different questions. So if you ask the first one and see that you're kind of not allowed to ask how she is, but then the follow-up could be, no, like just tell me small talk. I'm not asking about your heart yet.
Okay, that makes sense. So how are you? How you been?
Can't complain. Same old table, I see.
Yeah, same old spot. You look good.
Thanks. I feel good.
And you lost weight?
It's a new diet. I can eat anything I want as long as I don't swallow.
And where'd you get the sun?
St. Martin.
St. Martin.
It's an island in the Caribbean.
Yeah, I know. I was just it's Dutch, isn't it?
Half Dutch, half French. I was on the French side.
Terrific. Vacation?
Yeah, just got back on Monday.
How was it? Have a good time?
It was glorious. I didn't want to leave.
And you got a new hairstyle.
It's easier to manage.
Looks good.
Thanks. Same drink, huh?
Yeah. You're still doers on the rock?
Well, no. Actually, I don't drink anymore.
You don't drink anymore.
Too many calories.
But you drink like beer, right?
No.
Well, listen, you still smoke, right?
Sorry, I quit.
You quit smoking.
I have to. It was interfering with my running.
You're running?
I took up jogging a few months ago. I was fine for the first couple miles, but after that, I just didn't have wind, so I quit smoking.
You run 2 miles a day.
5 now.
5 miles a day.
When I can, depends on the weather.
Jeez. Must get kind of boring, huh?
So Saya, you're doing well here. It looks a little like you're trying to make him jealous, and I want you to cover up better.
Okay. Okay.
I want, so he needs to do all the acting here as far as him going like what? And you're just playing it normal, like
Okay.
this is a typical day.
Yeah. Okay.
You know, where'd you get the sun? St. Martin. And then let him go, St. Martin. And you're like, yeah, it's an island in the Caribbean. He's like, no, I know, but that's weird for you. And you're like, not that weird. You know?
Yeah.
He's like, do you drink?
Okay.
No, I don't drink anymore. You don't drink?
Yeah.
No. You know, it's casual on your end, because the more casual you are about it, the more it makes him feel like he's unimportant.
Yeah. Okay.
So it's calculated.
Mhm.
Okay, here we go. Where'd you get the sun? Pick it up from there.
Where'd you get the sun?
St. Martin.
St. Martin.
It's an island in the Caribbean.
Yeah, I know. It's Dutch, isn't it?
Half Dutch, half French. I was on the French side.
Terrific. Vacation?
Yeah, I just got back on Monday.
How was it? Yeah, have a good time?
It was glorious. I didn't want to leave.
And you got a new hairstyle.
It's easier to manage.
Looks good.
Thanks. Same drink, huh?
Yeah. You were still doers on the rocks.
Well, no, actually, I don't drink anymore.
Yeah, good. And then don't worry about his response. So maybe like look at your fingernails or something. Like, no, I don't drink anymore. Like it doesn't matter to me. I don't even think about it.
Okay. Well, no, actually, I don't drink anymore.
You don't drink anymore.
Too many calories.
So you drink light beer, right?
No.
Well, listen, you still smoke, right?
Sorry, I quit.
You quit smoking.
I had to. It was interfering with my running.
You're running?
Yeah, I took up jogging a few months ago. I was fine for the first couple miles, but after that, I just didn't have wind, so I quit smoking.
You run 2 miles a day.
5 now.
5 miles a day.
When I can, depends on the weather.
Jeez. Must get kind of boring, huh?
No, actually, I find it rather exhilarating.
So, what did you do today?
Not much. Woke up late, bought a paper, played a few games of racquetball.
Racquetball.
I joined a club.
Must be nice.
I enjoy it. How about you?
I went to Burger King.
Sounds exciting.
Yeah, I separated my hard French fries from my soft French fries. It's the puzzles on my placemat.
Spilled ketchup on your shirt.
Where?
4th button down.
Oh no, that's pizza from last night.
With anchovies?
As usual.
I will never understand how you eat those things. It's like eating greasy caterpillars.
I don't know. I find them rather exhilarating.
Funny.
So, How's your love life?
Can't complain.
Been seeing anybody?
Few people.
Don't worry about his response, Shia.
Okay. Few people. How's Maria? She's still playing accordion at the restaurant.
Yeah, good. Okay, good. So ask her about her love life again, and that's exactly right, Saya. You'll just need to segue right over there, and I think again, don't be mad about it.
Okay.
So he's trying to nail you with you seen anybody, and you're going, I don't know, a couple people. How's Maria? And you're just casually like, by the way, remember the girl that you like dumped me for?
Yeah. Okay.
Like, and we're on the phone, so I wonder how that's working out for you.
Yeah. Okay.
So, how's your love life?
Oh, can't complain.
Been seeing anybody?
Few people.
Right.
How's Maria?
So it's got to be right away, Saya.
No, oh, okay.
Yeah. It's not even. You're not trying to even nail him because the less you try, the more you do.
Doing it itself. Yeah.
Right.
Okay. Few people. How's Maria? She's still playing accordion at the restaurant.
I'm not seeing Maria anymore.
Now look at him. Pause. Come on in. Just be very, very flat, like you know.
Oh. What happened?
It just didn't work out.
Oh. Did she go back to Spain?
Portugal.
So she walked out on you, huh?
No, she did not walk out on me. It was a mutual decision.
Aren't they all? When did this happen?
I don't know. About a month or so ago.
That's a shame.
What about you?
What?
Been in bed with anyone?
What kind of a question is that?
I don't know. I'm curious.
Well, I haven't taken a vow of celibacy, if that's what you mean.
All right, good. So now I'm gonna try something for the medium here. I'm gonna see if we can nail it. Been in bed with anyone, and lock in, and then Saya, you're gonna have to lock back at him.
Okay.
Because you're reading him, he's reading you, and you're gonna go like, okay, this is a stick point here.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna see if I want to play this game and how far we're gonna go.
Yeah.
And now he's asking you a question that you know has the power to just
rip him.
Wreck him.
Yeah. Okay.
Because what does he want to hear?
He wants to hear that I've been waiting for him to.
I dated a couple guys, didn't sleep with anybody, I kissed like 2 guys,
Yeah.
So when you end up saying what you say, he's like he thought he was more special than that. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Been in bed with anyone?
Look at him.
What kind of a question is that?
I don't know. I'm curious.
Well, I haven't taken a vow of celibacy, if that's what you mean.
How many?
What?
How many men have you slept with?
Well, I don't know. I stopped counting after 37.
No, seriously.
I don't think that's any of your business.
Why don't you want to tell me?
What do you want to know for?
I'm curious, that's all. It's an honest question. What's the big deal?
4.
4.
Yeah.
You got to be kidding.
Yeah, good. Go back to 4, Saya, and so now Ian, it doesn't need to be loud or big or anything, but we need to really see the shock.
Okay.
Because I mean, 4 might as well be 40 as far as he's concerned.
Okay. I didn't know. I realized. I thought she was still joking, and I think it was.
Well, that's why I'm saying
playing.
like you need to check in. You need to see her
Okay.
eyes, and then you got to go. Well, she's real. Like and then you mean
Okay.
whatever you do with the camera and stuff. But the idea is like, because you're a guy, so you're visualizing a man's apparatus being near the girl you love, different apparatuses at different times, and he's trying to do the math here and going like, okay, I don't like the way this is adding up.
Okay. No, seriously. Wait, no.
I'll just say 4.
Okay.
4.
4.
Yeah.
You got to be kidding.
What's the matter with that?
Okay, so it's got to be bigger, Ian.
Okay.
It's unfair. It's very unfair. What am I trying to say? The stereotype thing you've got going on, where it's okay for guys and not for girls, right? The double standard I meant. So it's very unfair, but it's funny if he has this major double standard. Like, I cheated on you, but you're not allowed to see other dudes, you know? So to him, he's like, what? Like, I mean, it's like a double take. Like what? 4?
Okay.
Four.
Come close. See your eyes. See your eyes.
4?
Yeah.
You got to be kidding.
What's the matter with that?
Jesus.
Jesus, what?
Yeah. 1, I could understand. 2, maybe. Even 3, if you were drunk or unconscious or maybe like under.
Would you mind telling me what's so awful about that?
Nothing. It's great.
All right,
Just
good.
great.
So I had an idea. So this goes back to disturbing the air. So since we're close, I wonder if this might work to do a big move. So what if you ask her and she says 4, you take a double take, you put the phone down, and you just kind of start storming around in the kitchen back there.
Okay.
and just see what happens. Where you hardly have to look at her. You just can't believe it.
But still delivering the lines.
Oh yeah, you just keep going. You're just you're having a little fit.
Okay.
like I came on for a nice conversation, not to hear that you've been like hopping on the merry-go-round.
Okay.
Okay. 4.
4.
Yeah.
Go. Just go.
You got to be kidding.
What's the matter with that?
4 different guys.
Yeah, say that again, Ian. The word different is very important. From there.
4 different guys.
4 different guys? Like you're trying to clarify things.
Yeah.
4 different guys?
Oh, knock it off. You asked me and I told you.
Jesus.
Jesus, what?
Nothing. It's great. It's great.
Go get a drink. Go get a drink and keep walking through the frame. Like go grab your drink from the foreground and just keep talking and walking.
It's great. Just great.
9 months is a long time.
Yeah, especially when you're bedridden.
You had Maria.
Yeah, 1.
Well, maybe you shouldn't have limited yourself to Spanish immigrants with unnaturally large breasts.
Come right back at her. All the way up.
She was Portuguese.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Get yourself ready, Ian. We're going to go back to that line, and I want you to come all the way back up to the camera.
Okay.
Yeah. Back up a couple lines, Saya.
Okay. Okay. Oh, knock it off. You asked me and I told you.
Let's pick it up from 4 different guys.
Okay.
4 different guys.
Oh, knock it off. You asked me and I told you.
Jesus.
Jesus, what?
One I can understand. It's 2 maybe. 3. Like if you were drunk or unconscious or
Hey, would you mind telling me what's so awful about that?
Nothing. It's great. Just great.
9 months is a long time.
Yeah, especially when you're bedridden.
Well, you had Maria.
Yeah, what?
Well, maybe you shouldn't have limited yourself to Spanish immigrants with unnaturally large breasts.
She was Portuguese.
That is none of your business what I do. You left me, remember?
Yeah, and I can see you were real torn up about it.
What were you expecting, a suicide attempt?
How were they?
What?
These guys, how were they?
Oh, for God's sake.
It's an honest question.
None of your business.
I'd like to know.
Why?
No, wait. Yeah, so settle back into the frame first.
Okay. Why?
I'm curious, that's all.
Well, stop being curious. I don't want to talk about it.
Fine. All right.
Talk about something else.
Fine.
Hold on a sec.
Okay, good. Right there, Saya, just stay right there. And Ian, no laughing there.
Okay.
See it, understand it. You can also even feel a little bad about it.
Okay.
But just very still, but you know right now that this is something. Like it's a big deal. Cuz she just said she doesn't drink. She hasn't drinking in 9 months. And she's going to get the drink, and you just stare at it and look at it and you go, "Okay. She's turning."
Okay.
And in one way or the other, she's either going to come to me or away from me, but I'm driving her to that thing. So there's a little bit of guilt, and you're just going to kind of notice it. But you're so stuck in who you are that you'd have a hard time not allowing her to do that because you're a little selfish.
Okay. So, how long were you in St. Martin?
9 days.
Did you go by yourself?
I went with Ruthie.
Did you sleep with anybody while you were
Jesus
there?
Christ, what's your problem?
I'm curious, that's all. It's an honest question.
I'm fed up with your honest questions.
What's the big deal? You don't have to answer. If you don't want to answer, don't.
Thanks, I won't.
I knew it.
Oh my God.
You did, didn't you?
I don't believe this right now.
Well, didn't you?
Yes, I did. All right. Satisfied?
Were you?
Oh, please.
All right,
No
good.
wonder.
Let's bring it in, you two. Let's bring it in. All right, let's talk about this. Where are you right now, mentally? How was this process for you? What's the weekend? What's the class meant to you, etc. Let's start with you, Ian.
So mentally, right now at this very moment, I'm excited. I am happy, and I'm quite proud with how I feel about acting, especially with this the master class. I wanted to set out. I wanted this to be important. I wanted this to be a challenge and a kind of a statement to myself that I could do it, that I could focus on my acting, that I could have fun with my acting, that I could really buckle down and put it first and enjoy it. So I'm proud that I eventually got there. The course, though, I did not do what I set out to do throughout the time. I didn't take it seriously. Time went by. I didn't put an effort every single day. And we talked about it before, and then we talked about it the previous day on Friday, that I didn't put the work in, and I heard other students talk about how they did put work in. I think I would have got to this feeling a lot quicker and enjoyed the process if I would have just gotten through the hard part and buckled down. And I think literally 2 days ago, or when you gave me 48 hours, and then yesterday really with Saya, it got fun learning. It got fun challenging myself and rising to the occasion. So I think I just need to get over that hump of being disciplined and doing the hard work. Yeah, there was distractions. Yeah, there was work, but it was no excuse. I had ample amount of time, especially during this time. I think even we'll find it. I will always find an excuse, and I think I realize how fun it is when I get out of my own way, and so that should be the driving factor of like, dude, this is hard. So, and I was hoping the driving factor should be I don't want to let my partner down, but I still did it and still lived with that guilt that I was still letting my partner down, because I knew Sai was coming correct. She was doing all the hard work, and I was lucky that she still uplifted me. And people say rely on others, but I don't want to bring people down. So I think just recently I started being a good scene partner, and that's when it started being fun for the both of us.
That's awesome, dude. And I'm happy for you. The last 48 hours, 24 hours was different, right? The way you worked.
Yeah.
Yeah. So what I hope for you is that you snapshot this. You take it. I do this sometimes when I want to remember in moments. I'll just go, ksh, 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 pretend like it's a camera. Snapshot this moment and remember the fun and the euphoria that comes from the process, from the work. Because that's what you did. You earned today. I call it, at the end of the day, earn your pillow. You earned the critique. So you notice today was less panicky.
Yeah.
So as I'm giving you direction, because you did the work, it was fun. It was like,
yeah.
Oh, I want to, like, oh, Matt's playing with me right now. He understands and I understand. And so you were like a puppet, and I'm going, try this and try that. And you go, oh, I get that. Like, I understand the why. Let me just do this. And then your talent took over in ways that my mind couldn't do, but I knew how to kind of direct you in a certain way. That's the fun, that's the whole thing. And so, yeah, to put yourself in this position where ideally you work on this tonight, and you should be in the script class, and you should be already signed up for the next master class, and you got to be thinking to yourself, this is a never-ending process of I am 100% committed to me forever. Because whether we're in quarantine or not, you've always got the time. You just do.
Yes.
And sometimes you miss out on sleep. Like, there have been times when I've come home and my wife's like, I don't know how you do it, babe. Like, how do you do it? You haven't slept in 3 days. And I'm like, but it's because I care. Like, failing is not an option for me.
Yeah.
Or quitting. I'm sorry. Quitting is not an option. I'll fail till I'm blue in the face, but quitting is not an option. So I'm like, at this point in time, you got to realize there's highs and lows, and there's going to be times when it feels a little easier and a little harder. But at the end of the day, like, you're all in on you. And when you do the process this way, you fly, dude. You were really good today. I mean, what's funny is it's a subtle difference, very subtle from the 2 days. But it's this, and that marker right there is the difference between somebody who's good enough and somebody who can go next level. And today's the kind of actor that can go next level. You just got to be working like that consistently, really. And never, never, never allow yourself to do any less than this kind of work. So for me, I'm at a place now in my acting career when I do act that I have to be very, very selective on what I choose. So even if I was in a short film or a sketch, and I do those things, but if I'm in that, I don't always say yes, because I know if I say yes, I know the amount of work I'm going to put into it.
Yeah.
And sometimes I'm getting paid, not getting paid, and that kind of doesn't matter because the work I put in is never equal to the pay. So I select projects based on the project. Do I want to help get this story across, this message or whatever, or is the paycheck worth it, or at a certain point? Because I know if I'm on the project, I'm going to be all freaking in, and other things are going to suffer because I have to bring everything I got to it, And so literally I could lose money, or I could, not spend as much time with my family for an entire week because I'm a part of a student film. So I got to go, is that worth it this week? And sometimes it is. I mean, I had a student write a script that I fell in love with. I thought it was a really, really good script. A guy named Bradley Brazil, who's now in LA, but he wrote the script and I really liked it. I thought it was a really good story. It was about racism, and I was like, he asked my opinion, and I read it, and I was like, it's a good story, dude. I mean, I really like the story. It's smart, it's intelligent, this and that. And I'm like, I actually asked for a role. I was like, if there's a part for me, I would love to help you tell this story, And so he found a way to cast me, but he wasn't even asking me to be in it, And I read it and I was like, oh, and it took a lot of our time, Like, we ended up having one of our team members film it. Like, we helped out with the editing. We gave away a free premiere, because when I'm involved in something, I know I'm gonna be all in. So as I'm reading the script, I'm like, damn it, I love this too much. Shit, I gotta help out with this thing, So if you can grab that type of mentality, you want to have the reputation of like, I want to work with that guy, and you never want to be like, you want to be working with people that are better than you, but you want to know why they're better than you and in what ways, and then how can you try to bridge the gap. I'll tell you one last little story before I move over to Saya, and that is the last time I went to Larry's class. I had a scene I wanted to do. I was very specific about it, and I chose one of the actors from our studio who had been training with us for about 4 years. The reason I picked him, though, was because he was a little bit of a savant and a little bit on some kind of a spectrum of some kind. Like, he told me his stories about different things, and bottom line being, he just worked harder than anyone I'd ever seen, to the point that sometimes it was kind of weird, almost like too much. And I picked him because I was like, all right, I know me. I know my competitive spirit. I won't be outworked. So if I put myself in the room with someone who's autistic to the point that they're going to like crazy work and I will force myself to keep up, I know it'll be good for me. And it was good for me, and I did do my best to keep up with him in that way, and it was really hard, but it was super rewarding. But that's why I wanted to work with that person, because I knew it was going to draw out my weakness, and because of my personality and my take on it, it was going to help me overcome my weakness. So that's the way I'd love for you to like start looking at scene partners and different things. Like, it's okay that people are better than you. You just got to go, okay, that drives me. Boom, she's better than me at this way. But now, and also realize, because Saya went through this, you're going to have the responsibility now to not be seeking out more Sayas, because that ain't fair to the rest of the world. So what, because she needs other people up above and below her. You got to go find the next person behind you and go, hey, let me pull you up. I was there. I know what it's like. Let me help you now with my work ethic. Let me push you, and don't come to me and say you're frustrated that someone's not rehearsing well or they're not rehearsing enough, because you were that person. Instead, inspire them and help them, and help raise them up, and then you do the work anyway. Whether or not they do it, you do it anyway, and then let them get the same critique that you got so that they can be changed, you know. And that's, I think that is one of the areas where people fall guilty in classes. They find a great scene partner and they're like, oh, well, that's just what I want every time. And it's like, well, that ain't life, number one. And number two, it's selfish, you know. All right, cool. Very proud of you, dude.
Thank you.
Saya.
Yeah, and piggybacking off of what you just said, I remember feeling like that. And it's just like I've come to a point where I don't care about needing the best for me anymore. Like I'm focusing more on other people now, and it's like so much more rewarding that way, you know?
Yeah.
Like, and like I can still do my work. Like in life, you don't depend on other people to do their work to make you successful. You depend on your work to make you successful.
Yeah.
So I think I made that connection in my head in the last year, and it's been really, really great for me.
That's good. What are you feeling right now? I can see some wheels turning.
I felt like I was really able to play today. Like it just felt like it was more of you were directing us, and it was really fun. Like it seemed like we were at a higher level now.
Yeah.
And it was more like you were able to really pick out small little details, and I thought that was really, really fun. And I worked really hard on the character and like more on her, where she really came from and stuff, and I think that really helped with that as well. And what else was I gonna say? Oh yeah, I just love this online thing too. I think it's really cool. And at first I was a little like hesitant towards it, but like I really think it's really cool now. And I think it's a really good challenge. Also, there's like a lot of advantages to it. Like I am able to use my whole room instead of just a black stage, you know. It's like so much more potential. And it almost feels more realistic than a stage, because there's a phone which you have in your real life, and then there's the person in the phone that you have in your real life. So for me it almost felt more realistic than being on stage, which was really cool.
And for a lot of people I've heard too, scary. Like it was a new type of fear in a good way. Like a new type of like, oh my, well, I'm up. Like this is crazy. Like it feels really intense right now to be going up live. Yeah, that's nuts. And that goes back to our debate that we were having this morning, because Joey was feeling that way. You know, Joey's like I'm really liking this. You know, same idea. It was like I had no idea, but what we're figuring out here, what we're finding as a studio, because I do believe we're on the front lines of this thing. Like what clicked for me is going to click for other people, and of course we're putting it online, so everyone's going to see it and copy it, I'm sure. But the idea that you're like I'm coaching you in a way that I would have never coached you before, because I have to through this medium. So you're doing things that it's interesting. But I talked about the move where he sets the phone down, walks away, and then it's like, oh, okay, I hear the beat. He's got to come to the phone now, and you could feel it, and he could feel it. It's like, oh, that works, cool. And then you realize the difference between looking at him or at the lens.
Yeah.
And you know from having a phone and from talking to people what that feels like to have somebody turn from looking at you to looking at the lens, like through you. So that becomes a whole move too.
Yeah.
And then there's times when you want to use that, don't want to use that, etc. Times that you should be on the lens for a long time, even though it feels weird. I can tell you from this side, and you can see it from watching back, that you're like, oh, that looks so much better. How can I do that more? How can I act from that place without losing the connection? Again, another challenge.
Yeah.
Where I look in the lens, and then when I kind of look away to think, and I come back and I see how they're feeling, and then I come back in the lens to talk to them, because it's the work we're working with, you know, like this is the medium. So yeah, it's been extraordinary. It really has. And so, I mean, I can't wait to have you back in the studio, of course, but really, Like this should be a part of our ongoing training, I believe. Like there's a part of this that shouldn't go away because this is going to become a part of our life. I just know it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely.
I'm proud of you, Saya. Really proud.
Thank you.
Yeah, good
Thank
work.
you.
You guys have anything else for me? All right, I'll let you talk to your classmates here in 2 seconds. Joey's going to send you over there. You got something, Joey?
No, just thank you.
You're welcome, buddy. Keep grinding, okay? Promise?
Promise.
All right.
I don't go back on my promises.
At this time, we're going to go ahead and take a 10-minute break for our live audience. Stretch your legs, go to the bathroom. For our students, you can come in and congratulate Ian and Saya on their scene, and we'll be back in 10 minutes. Thank you very much.
Okay, everybody, welcome back to the Masterclass. We're about to dive into Scene 2, and a lot of this class has been focused on the idea of what can we do versus what can't we do. And so the scene you're about to see is from a play called The Killdeer, and in the play, the actors are in the same space, and we ran into an issue last class 2 days ago, trying to deal with that, and so I'd like to start actually by diving in. If we can jump in and grab these guys on the screen really quick before you guys start your scene, I want to talk about what your thoughts were, if you figured anything else out, and because I had some ideas for you too, but I'd like to hear your point of view first. Hello, Alex and Danielle. Can they hear me?
Nope.
Hello, Alex and Danielle. So before we get started here, I'd like to have you, the two of you, talk to me really quick about, did you come up with any solutions for the location beyond what we talked about before?
We were just going to play it off that we're in the same room, and we just worked a little more with talking to the audience. But yeah, we were just going to go for it, imagining we're in the same room.
Okay. So maybe we could try that. But before we do that, let me just ask you what you think of this, because I started playing with it in my mind, and I was working the scene as if I was gonna do it, and realizing like I love the beginning so much. How could I save it? And I figured out that mainly the most important thing is that Ted is in the house. I don't know that it's as important that Sparky's in the house for most of the lines. So you could play it like he's home and you're elsewhere, wherever, it could just be at the neighbor's house or something like that, and you're video chatting for whatever reason, but it would give you the reason to be on the phone and play the medium that we're in, so that you can actually use your device and have that be a part of the scene. What are your thoughts?
Damn.
Yeah,
I know. I promised you I was going to work on it.
yeah. No, that would be good. When you said use your device, so basically, so I'm not confined to this, like you want me to move more and stuff?
Yeah, and you use the phone like a camera, so that the phone becomes a part of what you're doing, or the computer. And so the idea being, like, let's go back to the very beginning of the scene that I know you're not going to do. But imagine Ted comes home and we see him in the background and he's going, "Sparky, you home?"
Mhm.
Then he looks back at the camera, looks back at his phone, picks it up and says, "Well, TGIF," and then gives his monologue, right? And then he sets the phone down and we see him making a drink in the background. She comes on her phone and it's a video chat thing that's just open, and she says, "You home?" And he goes, "No, I'm at the office." "What the hell does it look like?" So yeah, so you're home. It doesn't mean like, for the dialogue, she doesn't have to be home. It's just she knows you're home and you guys are having a conversation about the home. But there's certain lines that it doesn't demand that you have to be there. So with a couple little tweaks, that could make sense and give you a reason to pick up your video device and use it. And then you could even be on one phone holding the other phone, so that Sparky can see you talking to your boss over here. It ruins everything you worked on. I can tell. I can see it in Alex's face. He's going, "What am I gonna do?"
Yeah, we've been working on it the other way. Yeah, like
so do this. So work it the way you have it, okay? And then I'll play with this idea with you guys, because if I think it will be better, there's no reason for me not to have you try it, and then for you to open up your minds to going like, okay, cool, like this could be something that's really fun to play with, because I would expect you guys to continue anyway, so you have different ideas that you can bring to the next class. Okay.
Okay.
All right.
So are we still gonna start at the spot that we were starting at Friday?
Yeah, of course. No, you start from where you've practiced and do it the way you practiced, 100%. I just wanted to know if you had thought about any other alternatives, and I wanted you to know that I have thought about it, and there's a chance that we could make it work, and you know, and that you could do the same type of fun stuff that the other students have been doing with their scenes. Because it does make a difference when you can pick up your device. Yeah.
Do you think it's okay? Because obviously our scene took place in the 1970s, so we just kind of excuse that part then?
Correct.
And just this is why
Correct.
we're being creative.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's a couple things, and here's it comes back to, should we do that? No. You know, I do not believe in rewriting a play ever. You know, so you would do it minimally, but then also realize that it is a play, and there are times when we are like, the whole point is we're asking the audience to forgive us. We're asking the audience to play make-believe with us, because they know it's not true. You know, they know that when they walk into our theater, they know they're watching people pretend to be doing something, and we are asking them to give over to certain things and just say, hey, just, if this were true, then this is what happens, you know? And we do that a lot with like kids films and different, you know, fantasy worlds and stuff. You know, you watch Game of Thrones, and they've asked you to say, hey, if you would just pretend that there was a world that existed where there were dragons, if you would just pretend like that's true, then this is a story within that world. You know, so you're saying like,
I just don't know how logistically we would do like a lot of it.
Right. When that becomes the part where you figure it out, you know, because a lot of the other scenes are the same way. If you think about it, you know, they were all written and chosen on purpose because we didn't know we were going to be in quarantine when we picked the scenes. So they were all written and chosen on purpose to be two people in the same space. And each one had to find a way out of that box. So I admitted to you guys from the beginning that I thought yours had a unique challenge to it. But then when I started reading the lines in my mind, I'm like, oh, you know what? This could actually work this way, maybe. So it might be worth trying. But you know what? I don't want to freak you out or anything. So let's go backwards for a second. And let's have you do the scene as you planned, as you practiced. And then just be open to the potential that, hey, we might jump in and try some different things. And that would be good for our audience anyway, to see the difference and to see, like, hey, there's this way and there's this way, and maybe there's not even a right or wrong, but there just could be, you know, the variation.
Gotcha. All right.
All right, cool. Let's rock.
Let's do it.
Okay, next up in the scene study class, we have Alex and Danielle, who will be working on an excerpt from the play The Killdeer.
Okay, boss. See you Monday. What? Yeah, I don't want to talk with Otto Beethoven. I talked to him all afternoon. Oh, come on. I've had enough of this guy for one day. I'm sure he does. If I made $200 a day, I'd want to talk around the clock too. Charlie, I can't come back in tonight. Christ, I have a family. I know. Why didn't you say something before I left the office? Oh, bullshit. I tried to get you on the intercom a half a dozen times. Sure. Look, I promised Sparky I'd take her to a party tonight. If I can get away, I'll come in. If I can't, I can't. Where are you two going to be? Okay. Christ.
What?
I'm just thinking about you out in the car drinking a martini.
While you're at it, think of the garage being shut tight, the engine running, and me taking big, deep breaths.
What the hell is that supposed to mean?
I'll draw you a picture sometime.
What the hell's going on around here? I come home on a Friday night, there's no one here. No sign of supper anywhere. Goddamn television doesn't work. My wife doesn't want to screw because Georgia and Marty are having a party. You can't even write down a telephone message for me? And that's what's kept you busy all day, and then I get a 10-minute monologue while I'm trying to make a phone call. Then, hoping to save the day, I try to turn the whole thing into a joke, and
Maybe it's not a joke.
I try to turn the whole thing into a joke, and what do I get but, I'll try your pitch sometime.
Maybe it's not a joke.
I think it is a joke. I think this whole goddamn mess around here is a goddamn joke! Ah, right! God damn it. I'll fix it myself.
Let me see.
So Danielle, we're getting some major hesitation on your end for the internet.
Yeah, can you Matt, I think somebody's on the Wi-Fi in the back. Can you hold on 1 second? Because I'm noticing it too.
Yeah.
Let me go check something.
Yeah, it's never done this before. On Zoom.
Get off your phone.
With us at least.
Get off your phone.
Really bad sometimes, so hopefully it's gonna be better.
Okay.
Where are we going from?
So, yeah. So let's pick it up where you were there. So he's already stormed off, and you can go ahead and talk to the audience. And we're gonna go a little bit further, and then we're gonna play with some of these other ideas and see the difference here.
Okay. I really thought about it. Sitting out there, sipping a 9-to-1 martini while listening to Frank Sinatra singing tenderly. And then I thought, close the windows, start the engine, and drift off on a cloud of beef eaters and X and Hind test. But I didn't. But I might. I don't have a death wish, actually. I just want to get away for a while. I wonder how many people commit suicide because they want to get away and don't know how. And
Where's the aspirin?
in the cabinet. That's for his shoulder. The arthritis flares up when he's angry or tired or when he wants it to flare up. Did you know people with arthritis can take as many as 50 aspirin a day? Don't worry about his hand. It's just a small cut. Wash it out with some Mediquick and a Band-Aid she'll do it. Although, he'll probably put it in a sling. Ted has a sense of the dramatic. Oh, I shouldn't. He's right, you know. I should have written down that phone message. I should have called Ottinger's. That wasn't asking too much. But why didn't I? I used to in the early years, just like a machine. And then the kids came, the long days, the 100 million cafe clatches. Do you think that could be it? Maybe caffeine softens the brain. Anyway, I can't keep the importance of it all in the front of my head. Do you have to return a phone call immediately, right then? What's the big deal about being on time? Ted rushes through breakfast saying, I'm gonna be late. For what? 18 years of rushing and we're overdrawn at the bank. And does it really matter if the TV doesn't work for a couple of days? And if I
Time when we do it, Georgia and Marty's.
between 8:30 and 9.
Okay.
Going?
Sure. Any objections?
What about Charlie?
It's Friday night. I came home to be with my family.
Okay.
Okay.
How's your hand?
It's okay. It's just a scratch. I put it in the sling because it was throbbing. You want a drink?
Dare we?
It might help.
No gin. I already had a martini. Is there any wine?
It's warm.
Put an ice cube in it.
Say, that business about closing the garage door and starting the engine?
I was being dramatic.
It's not as easy as it sounds, you know.
You tried it?
Once.
Ted.
35 years ago. Zeke Harper and I decided to get even with the world when we weren't allowed to go to the movies. So we climbed into his dad's Hudson, started it up.
The garage?
Yeah.
What happened?
Not much. We just sat there and pretty soon we got tired and fell asleep. After a while, Zeke's folks got worried when they couldn't find him, so they called mom and dad. Then they all decided that we just snuck off to a movie, so they waited. But when all the shows in town let out, they still couldn't find us. So then they called the police, and pretty soon everyone in the neighborhood was up. They didn't even look into the garage, and we slept right on through. Finally, about 5 in the morning, the old Hudson ran out of gas and backfired as it stalled out. That's how they found us. Dad was so goddamn mad.
You were all right?
Sure. Yeah. There were too many air holes in that garage for anything serious to happen. 2 days later, we did find Zeke's cat, Andy, dead in a basket of leaves underneath the workbench. But he was 17, and for all we know, he could have died of a heart attack from the backfire. Anyway, remember that Jack Parr special on suicide last year? According to him, most people are asphyxiated by accident. Letting a car warm up in the winter when all the cracks around the windows and doors are clogged with snow. You know, things like that. This is the wrong season.
What did he suggest for spring?
I don't know. Actually, asphyxiation's too slow. The best way to do it would be in the spur of the moment. Swerve the car into a telephone pole or off of a bridge, something like that.
Not me. I'd be afraid I'd end up in the hospital or paralyzed with all my bones broken. Sleeping pills. Just drift off.
Maybe. I guess the worst way to go would be to hang yourself like Nick Doherty.
Any damn fool who hangs himself at a carport for everyone to see has problems.
Had problems.
Problems.
You know, he did that to get even with his wife. I'll show her.
Hope he enjoyed it.
I wonder how many people do that.
What?
Kill themselves just to get even?
I don't know.
Stupid.
Have you ever thought of it?
Suicide.
Yeah.
I wouldn't do it.
Why not?
Because, goddammit, I like living. Piss on it. If the world wants to get along without me, it'll have to kill me off. I won't do it myself. Would you?
I don't know. I might.
What the hell does that mean, Sparky?
It means I might. Maybe. Depends. Sometimes I just get fed up. Don't you?
Yeah, sure, but I wouldn't kill myself over it.
Everybody's not like you.
That's not the point.
That is the point.
No, it's not.
Look, Ted, I'm not going to argue with you about suicide. Let's talk about something else.
What did Mums and Sparksy say when they called this morning?
They're driving down for the weekend.
This is the weekend.
They'll be in later tonight.
Did you tell them about the party?
They're going straight to the motel.
Motel? Now look, if they're coming to visit, they can stay.
I told them how you feel, and Mumsy says there's always too much excitement going on around here. And when she wants to go to bed, she wants to go to bed.
They get a room to themselves. I'm usually the one that ends up sleeping on the sofa.
Okay, so this way, you don't have to sleep on the sofa.
Well, what are they? Relatives or tourists?
Ted, don't be such an ass. They're old and they want to be able to get off by themselves.
And when people ask, we tell them that when your mother and dad come to visit, they stay at a motel.
Why not?
You approve?
Approve? Hell, I'm envious. I wish I could get away to a motel myself right now.
What do you think of 70-year-old in-laws who call themselves Sparks and Mumsy?
What's wrong with that?
Sparks Sparkman, her dad, and everybody calls her Sparky. Sparks and Sparky Sparkman, that makes some kind of sense, I guess. But what about Mumsy? Here's a 70-year-old woman whose daughter still calls her Mumsy. Sparks, Sparky, and Mumsy Sparkman. How about that?
Do we have to go through this again?
Oh, and she has a brother, an older brother, named Sparkler.
Their nicknames.
Sparks, Sparky, Sparkler, and Mumsy Sparkman. Our kids upstairs? You want to know what their names are? Spike and Huck. Those aren't nicknames. That's what it says in their birth certificates. Spike Snyder and Huck Snyder. Don't ask me how I got talking to saying okay to that. My name is Ted. I have two brothers, Bob and Frank. Real names. And when we talk with our mom and dad, we called them
Ted,
Mom and Dad.
for Christ's sakes, get off of it.
But around here, you never know what name will turn up. Take Marty and Georgia, where we're going to the party tonight. Guess what their last name is? Washington. Think about that. Marty and Georgia Washington.
What does that have to do with anything?
It doesn't have to have anything to do with anything. I think it's funny, that's all. Don't you? Marty and Georgia Washington? That's funny to me. Isn't that funny to you?
He gets this way about Sparks and Mumsy because they buy things for us.
I don't mind them buying stuff for us. It's the way they do it. So goddamn cute. Like we're a couple of kids.
I'm their daughter.
Close your eyes. Got a big surprise.
Look, Buster, where would we be right now if it wasn't for their surprises?
Flat on our ass. That's where we be. I know it. You know it. And I'm goddamn sick and tired of hearing about it. But it keeps coming up and up and up. Do you want an inventory of what we wouldn't have if it weren't for Mums and Sparks? Let's see. That sofa. The chair you're sitting on. The dishwasher in the kitchen. Your suede coat. Kids' jackets. The station wagon in the garage. And the one before that. The silverware. let's see, $200 a week for 5 months last year, and our moving expenses the year before that. And $100 here, $500 there, miscellaneous too numerous to mention. Does that do it? Does that round it out? Is that fair homage to good old Mumsy and Sparks? Well, I am grateful. I've said it before. I'll say it again. I am grateful. I just wish there was some way I could say it so that someone would believe me. So I don't have to keep saying it again and again and again. I mean, I don't know whether to get down on my knees or stand on my head or jump out of a window shouting, I am grateful! I am grateful! I am grateful! But I do know that when they come to visit, I want them to stay here and not live out at a motel and come during visiting hours like we're at a fucking asylum or a zoo. I wrote up $100,000 today. Do you know what that means? Listen, last year when I was back on the street peddling chain link, it was a big day if I wrote up 500 bucks. But today I wrote up $100,000. That doesn't put much more in our pockets, but it's a new beginning. And when I came home tonight, I wanted to grab a hold of you. And I wanted this weekend to be perfect. There's nobody home. You know, Sparky, I tried it. Remember that millionaire from Chicago who wrote the Get Rich Quick book that Marty brought over that one time? Remember what he talked about? Think it, feel it, believe it. And it worked. Thought about the order. I could feel it. And I believed it. Here. And they signed. Think it, feel it, believe it. How about that? That's it.
All right, you two. Good, good. This is big improvement. Really, really neat.
Thank you.
How you feeling right now?
I was like shaking a little bit there. Did you see me shaking?
You mean in the last monologue or the whole time?
The last like little bit there, I was like,
yeah, because you were feeling it, right?
a little nervous. Yeah.
Yeah. So where are you at? Let's talk for a second before we dive into something else, because you know, there's part of this where I still agree with you, like I did the other day. I still agree with you that there's something about this where, you know, maybe we just have to do it this way. But I also like the idea. What's that?
We can't see you.
You can't see me. Okay, we'll fix that.
Okay. There we go. Yeah.
You can see me now?
Yeah.
How about now? No, I'm just kidding. Okay. So so good. So there are things that are definitely working for this, and then there are still the limitations, and then there will be things that won't work the other way, and then there will be limitations the other way also, but things that might work better. So we can still play with a couple options, but rather than jumping right into that, because you know, you guys were good, and I liked some of the choices. I thought maybe we could talk about where you are as actors, what the rehearsal process was like, if you overcame some mental obstacles to push through and find a way to get this done. So tell me where you're at as individuals. I'd like to start there.
Oh, go ahead.
Danielle, we'll start with you.
Yeah, wow. Well, personally, like I kind of talked to you the other day, Matt, on Mornings with Matt. I was really disappointed, honestly, with myself going into this process because, you know, with the whole quarantine, and I know a lot of us were probably feeling this way, Like I just kind of took it like, oh, it's going to be online. Like I feel like I'm not going to have to work as hard because what can we do? Like I was really blocking my mindset. And then like, I don't know, it's really exciting just kind of realizing that that shouldn't stop you and you should work even harder because there's like, and I'm getting emotional because I'm so happy about it, but there's like so many possibilities and I'm just really happy that I stuck with it and I didn't give up.
I'm really happy about that too, because you know, the thought to give up is there, and right now for all of us, it's heavier and bigger and brighter than ever, and I talk about this a lot, where the choices that we make, the small, tiny decisions, they add up, and it doesn't get easier. It just doesn't, you know, and so you have to understand that every day is a choice, every morning is a choice, and right now, you know, one of the nice things, if we want to keep going on about what's good right now, if we want to force ourselves to decide what's good, this is a crisis that we're going through together. You know, how many big crises are we all going to face, but we don't have the whole world that understands how we're feeling. You know, and that happens most of the time. So most of the time when you have a tragedy that's going on in your life, there's a couple people that can help out, but for the most part, you feel isolated, you know. And in this way, the difference is everybody can feel you. Like everybody across every nation, across the world can understands what you're feeling, you know. And that's why I'm so excited for you, and I know why you're emotional, because you did push through, and you pushed through something that you felt was impossible, and that's exciting, you know. And you did something important, you did something special, and either way, no matter how good it was, doesn't matter. You grew as a human being, and you gave your all in the last 24 hours, and that feels good. Yeah. And you know, no matter what, coming out of this thing, you don't regret it. You know, it's like, okay, this is amazing that I was able to do this during this time. I can look back on this and go, heck yeah, you know, I did something extraordinary.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Definitely.
Oh, yeah.
Alex, how about you, bud?
Well, I came into this masterclass just like wanting to try and soak everything up I can, just learn, because I'm still very new at this. But yeah, I mean, like over the last 4 days, it's just crazy how much like you can learn from each scene. So I mean, that's the reason why I wanted to do this. But I mean, I know I wanted to grow as an actor too, and I couldn't think of a better way to push myself. So
yeah, you know, you came in here, and I think I'm not sure about this, but I think you sort of had your mindset on improv. Is that true? Were you thinking comedian at first, or were you always just wanting to do acting?
No, I don't know. I mean, when I first came to Deering about a year ago, yeah, I did the improv stuff, and then I switched over to script. Okay. There was a time I did both, but
yeah. So we got you hooked, because the thing is, you're an actor, dude. I just want you to know that. And for the most part, the way we do it, it's hard to separate the two, you know, because you have to understand the work you did here is going to help you exponentially on the improv stage.
Yeah, totally.
It's the timing, the listening, the reality of everything, and then the things you were doing in improv are helping you over here. It's amazing how that works.
Yeah, big time.
Yeah. But when you settled in and you were really listening, it was really good, you know. And you had some moments there at the end where you're being very real, and you know, Ted was sort of talking to us a little bit.
Sweet, yeah, that's what I wanted to do.
but think about it. He was talking to us, like we needed that right now. What does he say in the monologue?
At the end there?
Yeah, you think it, you feel it, you believe it.
Yeah.
You know,
he pushed through and he got, you know, the $100,000 deal after years of grinding, you know, and now hopefully his life's on a better path.
Yeah, and it didn't put a whole lot of more money in his pocket, he says, but he goes, I tried the thing the guy said. I tried the thing the crazy guy said on The Morning with Matt, And I tried it and I did it, and like, oh my gosh, like it worked. You know, like I worked hard at this level, and I just chose to believe it. I chose not to allow myself to go to this other state that I used to go to, and it worked. And there's this weird thing going on in his heart, and he's going, if that's true, like if that's really true, what else could I think and feel and believe that could possibly come true?
Yeah.
And it's scary how much we're capable of doing, as long as we can release the results being on a particular timeline that's ours, that we have to control, and we just control our mind, our progress. I mean, where we can go is just unbelievable. That's why one of the big things I'm preaching right now is redo your goals. For the short term, redo your goals and just say, if I were living here for 30 days, 60 days, a year, whatever, if this was my life, how do I make goals that match that still keep me on track? Because some of my goals, maybe I just can't do them based on the fact that I'm stuck in my house. Okay, cool. But now what can you do?
Totally.
My favorite part, you guys, and I know you've probably thought about this, and I think you could have even done more with it, but the timing of handing the drink, I was like, oh, well, that might be worth not going the other way just for that.
We had practiced. So like when we practiced, Alex was going to hand me the drink.
Yeah.
And it was like put it through the webcam, and then I was supposed to grab it.
Yeah.
So we just thought it was so funny. Yeah.
No, I love it. Yeah. I thought, you could spend some time on that. And I wanted to see the wine. So I wanted to see you pour it.
Oh, you want to see me pour it? Damn. Okay.
Because here's the thing, I have to see that she's picking up the glass you're giving, the same glass ideally.
Yeah.
So that the glass has to look really the same. The drink's got to be the same color.
Mm-hmm.
You put the ice cube in, and then you kind of reach just off camera, and she reaches just off camera, and then she brings back something that looks just like what you did.
Yeah.
And then we're going, oh, okay, they're in the same room. Like, okay, I get that. That's fine.
Exactly, yeah.
So the thing that bothered me that I wanted for you, okay, so let me ask you this. What bothered you in the scene, limitation-wise?
Like if we had to adapt to...
or just like physically, the way you did it, deciding to do it the way you did it. What did you feel limited to a little bit?
I personally felt kind of restricted. Well, because Sparky's just sitting here the whole time. So my end, I'm not sure about Alex, but I felt like, should I be moving? Should I be walking? Like, I don't know. I felt a little restricted.
Yeah.
I didn't know what to do.
Yeah, I feel like I'd probably be pacing around the kitchen if we had an actual set,
Okay.
At one point, I'd probably be walking around,
Yeah, or at least go somewhere to go do the drink and everything, maybe across stage.
I just happen to be lucky that my fridge is right here. So.
That is nice. Yeah. Again, I was thinking even sitting on a chair with having a table in front of me, just to set my drink down and pick it up and then like look away, think, and come back. That was some of the stuff that I think was missing, where you were feeling like you had to stare at the camera and anticipate a little bit, maybe like what was coming next.
Okay.
So then going back to this medium, if we want to decide to do this where we're using the same space, then it's like, okay, how do we continue to make this make sense in some way, shape, or form? So maybe you both have a chair, and you both put the camera at the same height. And then it looks like you're at the same table or something, potentially.
Okay.
But again, the same restrictions. But how can you be creative? How can you creatively work yourself out of the box the best you can? Because I'm telling you, like, this is what I love about actors and doing what I get to do is I love it when you come up with a better choice than me. So, and I'm not saying your choice is better. I'm saying I'd still like to see you try the other way. But I'm like, okay. The wine in and of itself, if that's pulled off right, is like, okay, maybe my idea is not as good as yours if we can pull that off, because that's just super cool,
I think we can maybe even add other things too, in addition to the wine that we would both have in our spot,
Exactly, and then all of a sudden now it becomes really fun. And I think too, if you have access to something where you'd have maybe wireless headphones or something, if potentially, and I don't know if we have the capability, but we might, to go through like the phone for your audio instead of the internet, and then the internet is just pushing the video. Because if we got a smoother sound going back and forth, I think that would help. But even just you being able to talk to her from a distance would be nice. And then let's see what else. Yeah, I mean, creatively working through the camera. I mean, that was pretty awesome.
Sweet.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Because like in my monologue, I say, when he says, "Where's the aspirin? It's in the cabinet." So there's some moments too. We can assume we're in the same room.
Yeah, and you know what? That was another idea I had too for the monologues. If you wanted to do this, for that maybe you get up, and maybe you both have like a similar. If you could find like a white wall background that you could create that's right next to you somehow, or whatever. So it's like this is our confessional spot. Mm-hmm. So it's like when I want to talk to the audience, I just pick up the camera and move it to me here, and then I talk to you. And then whenever I want to be back in the scene, I just put you back in the scene, you know. And me moving the camera, I just am I'm like a crew member at that point, bringing in a set piece. So I don't even try to be still acting. I pick up the thing, set it down, and now I'm in my confessional. When I'm done, I'm like, right. Then I pick it up, put it down, and then I'm back in the scene, you know. Okay. Something like that could be really fun too, because I think the audience might not have known right away that you were talking to the camera, Alex.
Oh, when we went like that?
Yeah, because I know we talked about that, but the problem with that moment is that you guys go back and forth, and so you talk to each other and to the audience and stuff. Yep. So it's interesting to figure out. Again, how do we pull that off? You know, it just becomes a challenge that becomes fun somehow.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, totally. Yeah, it's definitely a puzzle for sure. That little.
Yeah, when we talk to the audience, we just when we were rehearsing last night, we were laughing our heads off because like Alex, how he went up real close. Like we just said, we'll come like really close for the audience and then away. But then we get to a point where we're going like this. So I don't know if that's distracting, you know.
Yeah.
In our
Are you on the floor, Danielle, or are you on a chair?
No, so yeah, I have a really high counter, but I'm sitting on a chair.
Oh, okay. And are you at a table?
Yeah, it's like a little coffee table. I have my computer propped up on a couple games.
Do you have a chair, Alex? Can you go get a chair?
Yeah.
And then let's put you on a chair too, Danielle, and let's prop you a different angle because it looks like you're on the floor.
Oh, really?
Because
you want me to sit on my couch?
Because because I want you to be at a table also. But because of how high your counter is, you do look like you're sitting on the floor.
Yeah. It's like a really high counter. This stool, even if I sit on my stool, I can't even reach it to my countertop. So
kid. Yeah.
Yeah.
So try for now. Yeah, it's just sitting that way, like toward the wall, and then you can have the couch in the background. Is fine.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And then just sit in a chair. And are you sitting at a chair, Alex? Mm-hmm. Now? So lean back a little bit now. Cool. And then maybe lean sideways. Maybe other way. Yeah, there you go. All right. And then same with you. So can you be at a chair, Danielle, insteed of a couch? With a table? Can you create that really quick?
Yeah.
Wouldn't you want Alex facing the other way?
Well, it depends on how she ends up situated.
Yeah, fine. Still stuck on the cords here.
I'm gonna basically just play with your idea now instead of mine, and see what we can't create here.
Okay, yeah. Sorry. Difficulties over here really quick. Ooh, okay. Then the only issue, this table is so low, so maybe I could prop the computer up.
Yeah, and you're still facing the counter, so turn yourself so that you're facing so that the camera's facing the couch, but you're not sitting at the couch.
This way?
Yeah, just like that.
Okay.
And I know the lighting's not perfect.
I'll just hold
it. Yeah, but we're not worried about that right now. All right. So here we are let's say we're at the table. Okay. Or yeah, that could work, I think. Okay, so we're at the table. So now all right, so now Alex, hand her the drink. Let me see, like something like that, what that would look like.
I'm just grabbing my drink.
All right. So now in order for this to work, we have to see it on our end. So you have to, so like hold the drink up to your head, Alex, like this, and just and then you'd be like, hey babe, you want a drink?
Hey babe, you want a drink?
Yeah, I do.
So now Danielle, I can't see. You can't show me your drink.
Oh, duh. Yeah.
So you got to come around, and then you'd have to figure out blocking wise which
So I'll be
side.
like,
So actually, it'd have to be you'd have to go on the other side of the camera, Alex, for us to believe it.
oh, like,
Yeah. So you come across or something, and then you reach through the camera. Yeah, and then now you reach Danielle and you pull it back. Thanks, babe. Yeah, that's crazy.
ooh, yeah,
It totally looked like that. So that's weird, but you would literally kind of figure out things like that, you know? Like you could come home and like just throw the mail down on the counter, and then she'd like look at it and pick it up, you know?
okay, yeah.
Just like weird stuff, and you could go, how many ways can we put ourselves in the same space?
Yeah.
You know? Yeah, that could be really fun.
We could have like the same cookies or cake on the counter or something like that.
Totally. And she has it, and she, you know, you see it on the counter there. She picks one up, eats it, puts the plate on the table, and next thing you know, you're eating a chocolate chip cookie, you know?
Yeah.
And it'd be those subtle things that you just help us forget that you're not in the same room, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Because
we can definitely figure that out.
Yeah. And then to take it even further, where my mind would go would be like, okay, how can we try to figure out how to get similar light?
Mm.
So you see, you're sitting in cool light, and he's sitting in warm light.
Yeah.
So you're in daylight, and he's in like the room light. So one of you has to bend. So it's either he's going to use the natural light, open up his windows, or you're going to use some of your light bulbs that are yellow, and then you both have a yellow tint, or you both have like a bluish tint.
Oh wow.
You know,
yeah.
and that would make
I
a
can
huge
turn
difference.
my camera different ways too, Danielle, to make it work, I think.
Yeah. Wow, this would be fun and challenging to play around with.
Right?
Sure.
Right? And then now it's like, okay, because it goes back to you being cinematographer. So now this is a whole new way of us looking at this that we have yet to experiment with, and you guys would be the first ones to do that. Because if you think about it, this is the way every movie and every TV show is done. It's just at times they're on the camera together, but most of the time it's a close up back and forth, and they're you know, and they're not actually like, it's either they have like a reader behind the camera and you're just talking to nobody. You know, I mean, that's how it is half the time in these shows. So you guys are just kind of doing all of that you can besides being in a two-shot.
Yeah.
And then you'd figure out, again, like you just time out, figure out the confessional moment and all that. And then my thought is if you do the work, like if you crush it and do the work over, say, the next like 3 to 4 weeks, assuming you're going to be having to do it this way again, but hoping that you're not, but assuming that you do, then bringing this to the stage would be pretty easy, you know? And then you'd probably get to the point where you're like, dang it, I wanted to do this on film because of, like, you know, we had all these ideas for it, you know?
It would be funny with the Easter eggs and stuff.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Wow. Endless possibility for sure this way.
Yeah.
I'm seeing it clearer now. Definitely.
Yeah.
So all this is, if nothing else, it's just an exercise for us to say to ourselves from now on, no matter what comes up in our lives, what can I do? What can I do? Rather than trying to like back out of certain things or whatever, you just say, what can I do? And you attack it. And if there's a way to get better, if there's a way to like go after this thing, I'm going to do that thing. You know, and our classes have always been designed this way. You need to be growing as an individual on the in-between. And you come to us once a week, twice a week to get refinement and to help you on your own path. But, you know, if you're an improv, you should be doing improv exercises by yourself. You should be reading books. You should be, like, connecting into like the who, what, wheres, and like I do these things where I draw them all out, you know, like a map, and I figure stuff out, and then I bring it into the classroom or whatever, and then I try to like experiment with it, you know. So that should be your goal, is like I'm always going to be working on, whether it's this scene or a different scene, pushing myself, reading plays, reading acting books, and then coming to class with really good questions and saying, hey, we tried this and we tried this and we tried this, ran into this problem, what do you think? And that's when we get to solve the problems together, and it becomes really fun. And so I'm telling you, you two did exactly what I hoped you were going to do. You thought outside the box, and you then ended up changing my lesson plan, because I came in planning on having you guys do it a different way. And then I saw the wine thing, and my mind opened up to a new possibility that I hadn't thought of yet. And I'm like, oh, that's fun. Let's try that. And let's lean into it. And how many, like you said, how many times can I do it?
Mhm.
You know, if you fit it in enough times, we literally just forget that you're not in the same space.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Cool. All right, proud of you two. Good job. Good work. We learned a whole new lesson
Yo,
today.
let me just say one more thing.
Yeah, hit me up.
I don't like say sentimental shit ever, you know this.
Yeah.
But like I gotta say, like Ted's last line there, you know, the think it, feel it, believe it thing, like totally applies to me, you know. Totally. So
We love you too, man.
No.
We really do. And I know where the tears are coming from, and we believe in you. We really do. And you know, you've got an amazing future, not only with our studio, but just at your life in general. Like we're fans of yours, and so thank you for saying that. I really appreciate it.
thank you.
All right, we'll send you guys to the lobby so you guys can get loved on by your classmates.
At this time, we are going to have about 40 minutes for a lunch. We'll be back the next scene at 2 o'clock. Or 2 o'clock, geez. 12 o'clock, I'm sorry. At 12 o'clock, so go ahead and grab your lunch. And for the rest of the class, you can congratulate Alex and Danielle. Thank you very much.
Okay, everybody, welcome back to the Masterclass here online. This is day 4. We've got a couple scenes left. I wanted to say something really quick about language before we begin this next scene, because there's a lot of language in this scene. And so first of all, if that offends you, you probably should stop watching for an hour, because this scene has quite a bit of adult language in there. But before you tune out, let me say just my opinion on language in general, and that is that any word can be used both for good or for bad. And so you have to understand that sometimes these playwrights are bringing the dark to the light. They are dealing with really heavy issues. And if you look into your own life or people you know, we all go through things, and we all have these private moments with the people we love, and both good and bad, and in extreme in different directions. I remember my cousin Brian here, and he got sick, and I was told basically his chances of living were none. And I freaked out. I think I hit a wall. I threw a chair. I'm in the lobby of a hospital. I'm pretty sure a curse word came out. I'm not sure that it did, but I'm pretty sure probably a curse word came out here or there. But I wasn't really cursing, this was not me cursing. This was me grieving, and this was me saying I love you to somebody. So just understand that words are what you make of them. So you can choose to be offended, or you can also choose to listen to the rhythm of the play and listen to the why certain words are being used and how they're being used, and then see how we can navigate our way out of the situation. So that's my goal, is to have you hear this play, hear the words in a new way, and understand that there's a very good and deep meaning behind this play that we're going to see an excerpt from here in a second. So next up, we've got Joey and Ariella, who are working on an excerpt from the play Reasons to be Pretty.
No. 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 No.
Yes.
No, that's not it.
Don't lie, you fucker.
I didn't say that.
Yes, you did.
Steph.
No, don't. Do not Steph me right now.
Come on, Stephanie.
Don't do that, you prick. Don't play the Stephanie game. Do not do it.
But I didn't say anything. I'm telling you the truth here, and I definitely didn't use that word. So that's
bullshit.
I didn't. I would never say that about you. Ever. And I don't want to be.
Bullshit.
I didn't say that. I don't care what she said to you.
Bullshit, fucker.
I didn't say ugly. No.
She was in the other room, you bastard. In the next room, okay? So don't try and Lance Armstrong your way out of this one.
I'm not.
Back.
I barely mentioned you. That's all. In a nice way. It wasn't like some big...
Fuck you!
Look. God. I just want to go to bed.
I don't care what you want to do, Dick.
Okay. Would you stop? Please.
I'm not going to stop. No, for what, huh? What for?
Steph!
For you? Fuck that.
No! Because so I can explain this.
You don't need to. I've already heard all the explanations I want to hear, and I don't believe you. You get that?
Yes.
I do not ever believe the shit that comes out of your mouth, ever.
Yeah? Well, that's fucked, okay?
No, you're fucked. That's what's fucked here, mister. You are. You are fucked big time.
You're stupid.
so I'm not gonna deal with it.
Don't do it! Do not hang up on me when we're fighting, or I swear to God, I will murder your fish when you're gone. I'll flush him, or I'll do whatever it takes, but I will hurt you, and you will not like it. That's what I'll do. So you better just stay around and argue this shit out, or I will wreck your life a little. I don't care if I'm like going in or not.
Man.
So.
Let's go back here for a second.
You're talking nuts now.
Don't say that either.
Hey, let's go ahead and go back here for a second. I want to go back to the fish line.
Okay.
All right. So just change tones there, okay?
Okay.
Understand that you've been at the same level for a while. So now you have to find a new way to intimidate and really slow down. We might go back and slow down the whole thing a bit, but I'm very impressed. I like what I'm seeing, so I don't want to disturb too much. But that line's funny. It's really funny. So you gotta find a way to really get all the words out, okay?
Okay. Should I go from the top of that monologue?
Yeah.
Okay. Don't do it. Do not hang up on me when we're fighting, or I swear to God, I will murder your fish when you're gone. I'll flush them, or I'll do whatever it takes, but I will hurt you and you will not like it. That's what I'll do. So you better just stay right there and argue the shit out, or I will wreck your life a little. I don't care if I'm like going in or not. So
Did you do the fish line?
yeah.
Yeah. Go back. You're still going way too fast.
Okay. Don't do it. Do not hang
Say
up
too
on
fast.
me.
Too fast. Still too fast.
Okay.
So you've played that card now.
I just don't know how else what note I can play, because she's like really, really furious, and at this point she's being threatening. So I don't.
So go slow, one word at a time, deep and guttural, and don't move at all. So you're basically saying, come back to the phone or I will fucking kill you. Down.
Okay.
So it's just different. So you've already been yelling. Now he needs to hear a different tone and go, "Ugh," and come back.
Okay.
So if you were already in that tone, I would tell you to move to something else. But you were already at yelling and movement, so now I need you to find a way to really, really get to him.
Don't do it. Do not hang up on me when we're fighting, or I will murder your fish.
Still too fast.
Okay.
I'll wreck your life a little bit. I think that's what's making it hard.
No, she says that. She
transition.
says that later.
Oh, I thought that's sorry, my bad.
Don't do it. Do not hang up on me when we're fighting, or I swear to God I'll...
Good. So there's a part here where you can slow down for the hang up, I think.
Okay. Don't do it. Do not hang up on me when we're fighting, or I swear to God I will murder your fish when you're gone.
Good.
Flush
Good.
them.
Okay, good. So it's already better. Even slower on the hang up, and then take your time. Find the fish.
Okay.
You don't have the idea yet.
Okay.
You're looking around for what could hurt him.
Don't do it. Do not hang up on me, or I swear I'll murder your fish when you're gone. I'll flush them, or I'll do whatever.
Still too fast, Ariella. I'm gonna fight for this one with you.
Okay.
So we'll be here another 45 minutes, I think.
Okay.
So here's what it is. It's thought life.
Okay.
You have to. I gotta see the crazy in your eyes right now, and just slow down. And it's like, do not hang up on me, or and you're welling up with this like fire of intensity of craziness, and you're looking around like, what am I gonna do? Oh, I'm gonna you're a fish. And he's going, my fish? Like, you're gonna murder my fish? And hopefully he looks, and you look at him, and you're like, yeah, you're fish. You know, like that's the thought. Like you're having a crazy moment.
Okay.
So if I don't believe that you're capable of murder, then I'll make you keep repeating.
Okay. Don't do it. Do not hang up on me when we're fighting, or I swear to God, I'll murder your fish. I'll flush them, or I'll do whatever it takes. But I will hurt you, and you will not like it.
Good. I loved that. Now see if you can take that and go a little bit more down here, like guttural with your voice. Okay?
Okay. Pick up where I left off.
Nope, same line from the beginning, yeah, of that line.
Don't do it. Do not hang up on me when we're fighting, or I swear to God, I'll murder your fish when you're gone. I'll flush them, or I'll do whatever it takes, but I will hurt you, and you will not like it. That's what I'll do. So you better just stay around and argue this shit out, or I will wreck your life a little. I don't care if I'm late going in or not, so.
Man, this is. You're talking nuts now.
What is that,
Don't
Joey?
say that either.
Were you just surprised we got to, or what?
Huh?
I'm teasing you. I'm kidding. What was that response?
I don't know. That's just where I was, so I went from there.
Okay. So
I didn't want to just like yell.
okay. I'm not sure where you were though. So
I was connecting to the fish,
okay.
so I was just, like sad about it. So that's why I was like, "You're talking nuts," and I was like on the verge of tears about it.
Okay. So look at her.
Okay.
When you come back in, look at her and yes, the fish, but also just she's just talking like, I want to ruin your life.
Mhm.
And Ariella, I still feel like you're at an 8 and you could go to 12.
With the craziness?
Yeah.
And that,
Yeah.
Okay.
Because here's the thing. I'm not scared of you.
Okay. I just.
You're
I
capable.
have
You're
this-
capable of being scary.
Okay. I just need to work on that then, because I don't know how to be scary.
Well, this is a perfect time for that.
Absolutely.
Okay. Go get a butcher knife out of the kitchen drawer.
I got this.
That works. That's great. All right. Get up with the knife. I'm sorry, keep the phone there though.
I'll keep it there.
Yeah.
You want me to stay standing?
I don't know yet. I just want you to be just freaking crazy. Yeah, stand up. All right. Now, he just walked off screen. Feel the power of that knife. Grab your hair with your other hand. pull it out. No, I mean like just yank at your hair. Just yank like it hurts yourself almost. Just be pulling. Pull right at the roots. And just stay there. Just pull. Just pull. Now let him have the anger. Let him have that and just down here, go. Like a monster.
Don't do it. Do not hang up on me when we're fighting, or I swear to God, I'll murder your fish. I'll flush them, or I'll do whatever it takes, but I will hurt you, and you will not like it. That's what I'll do. So you better just stay right there, or I will wreck your life a little. I don't care if I'm late going in or not, so.
Man, you're talking nuts now.
Don't say that either.
Seriously?
I mean, boy, if you're looking for things to get shitty, then okay. But otherwise, I wouldn't say a thing like that. Not anything about being psycho or that sort of junk.
Stephanie, listen.
No.
So Joey, do you believe her, Joey?
Yeah.
I don't believe that you believe her when I'm looking at your eyes.
Well, I'm trying to look at her through the lens. So I guess, maybe that's part of it. I don't know.
Maybe, I don't know.
Because, like, I saw her gesture for the knife, so, like, I obviously...
So I'll just tell you what it was. You were giving sort of those old Joey Deadeyes thing.
Okay.
So I don't know if you were trying to look as if you were scared of her instead of just being that way or what.
Yeah, I don't know.
And then Ariella, you keep coming down off of this.
From the crazy?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think this is worth doing for you. I think this is worth fighting for here, Ariella, because you have a responsibility to affect him.
Right.
Do you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And so you want to make that your responsibility to have to do that. So I'm going to jump up really quick. We're going to go get crazy. All right, here we go. Hold on. Let's see here. All right, so you give the line. You know what? I can't hear them. There's a problem with this teacher cam. We got to figure out how I would be able to hear them after I move, you guys. That's my problem. I can't go out here because I can't hear what they're saying.
You turn up the volume on the phone, and you have to shut off the video from the regular seat.
Do what? Do I have to join audio?
No, you shut off the video from the regular seat, and then you turn up the volume on the phone.
I did turn up the volume.
Well, we weren't talking back to you, so you should be able to hear us.
I can't.
Oh, is it muted? Check. Top left corner of the phone.
No, I think I'd have to join the audio, but then you'd be hearing me through the phone.
Okay. Forget it.
All right, I'll just stay here. All right. So it's like he left the screen, right? And Ariella, you can see me, right? Could she see me on the screen?
Partially. Yeah, now I can.
Here we go. You can see me now. All right.
Yeah.
So he leaves the screen. And what I want to do is I want to look at him and I want to start welling up. Like, oh, really? Motherfucker. Don't do it. do not hang up on me, or else I'll murder your cousin. I'll fucking do it. I will murder him, or I will do some other stupid, crazy shit. I will ruin your life somehow, some way. Okay? And don't go talking like I'm fucking nuts and shit either, okay? Do not call me fucking nuts unless you really want shit to get shitty. Shitty shitter shit fucker.
Stephanie.
Huh?
Listen.
What? What are you want to talk now?
Please.
All right. I know that was crazy and weird, but the point is that, like, she's going off the deep end. And he's looking at her going like, yeah, I'm like dating this girl, you know? So I that's where I want you to go to, is go brave, like crazy. And to me, that's what's funny, is when she's saying like, oh, and don't call me crazy, and she's going like nuts.
Okay.
So you can yell. It's got to be a different kind of yell, but it's more about the he puts the phone down and you going, oh, you put the phone down. And then you start doing this thing, and he's almost like wanting to peek at you going, oh, geez. She's in one of those states that she gets into when my fish die. Because you're literally capable of doing that. I think you've done something similar before.
Okay, I just have to tap into the crazy.
You just have to, and you know what else? You got to go for it. So the only reason I just did that, there's one reason, because I wanted to show you that I'm willing to go there with you. So I've been nuts enough, and I looked stupid, and I spit all over the camera, and I was willing to do that for you. So now if you say, okay, Matt's willing to do it, I should be willing to do it. It doesn't matter that you look like me or you do your own version of it. I just want you. I want to see you have a little out-of-body experience and not care what we think of you or anything else, and you just go to this place that's just dark and nutso. Just for the sake of the story, because you want to tell the story correctly. All right, here we go. Let's take it back a couple lines. Maybe that'll help. Joey, can you take it to this line of a couple lines back somewhere, or at least the one line back where you're going to toss the phone down so you can really piss her off?
Yeah.
And see if you can push her buttons too.
Okay.
See, you look super pretty right now, Ariella, which is great. Okay. And I'd like you to I like during those couple lines for you to evolve from looking pretty to looking super crazy nutso.
Okay, so I'll start in the light. And
So like any guy would be like, oh yeah, I could date her, and then be like, oh god, I would never date her.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Look, God, I just want to go to bed.
I don't care what you want to do, Dick.
Okay, would you stop, please?
I'm not gonna stop. No, for what? Huh? What for?
Stop.
For you? Fuck that.
No, because so I can explain the...
You don't need to. I've already heard all the explanations I want to hear, and I don't believe you. You get that?
Yes.
I do not ever believe the shit that comes out of your mouth, ever.
Yeah, well, that's fucked, okay?
No, you're fucked. That's what's fucked here, mister. You are fucked big time. He's on mute.
I unmuted him.
Do that line again, Joey. You were on mute.
This is just stupid. So I'm not gonna.
Do not do it. Do not hang up on me when we're fighting, or I swear I will. I'll murder your fish.
What?
I'll murder your fish.
Yeah. Do it again. Murder. Love it.
I'll murder your fish. I'll flush them, or I'll do whatever it takes. But I will hurt you, and you will not like it. That's what I'll do. So you better just stay around and argue this shit out, or I will wreck your life a little. I don't care if I'm late going in or not. So,
Man, this is. You're talking nuts now.
Do that again,
don't
Ariel.
say that either.
Ariel, go again and don't back away though.
Okay, she has to. The direction says that she puts her hair in a bun at the end of that monologue.
Okay, good.
So
Then just don't back away from him.
Okay,
So then you got to think to yourself, why are you putting your hair in a bun?
because she's fucking pissed
Mm-hmm.
and she's getting heated, so she needs to put her hair up.
Yeah, or if you guys were together, maybe it's just so that she could start boxing.
Yeah, I like that idea.
You know, she's helping herself get more into the fight, I guess. But remember, it's same rule applies as in stage. If you back away, you lose your power.
Mm-hmm.
So when you've come in close, you have to stay in close at that point.
Okay.
So if you're gonna do your bun, then you're doing your bun like up and into the camera so that he can see it. But you're not saying like, hey, here's the thing I'm gonna do to you. That's what I'm gonna do to you.
Yeah.
And then
Okay.
when you back, you see what happens when I back away. I lose my power.
Mm-hmm.
And then Joey, keep listening, because when she's during the beginning of that part, if she earns it, come back and look.
Okay.
Okay. And Ariel,
I just don't want to get stuck there, like
you,
frozen.
you can watch her. You don't have to look at the lens during that part. You can literally just watch her being crazy, and you could back away a little bit. I mean, whatever you want. I'm just saying, like you. If she goes nutso, it makes you curious enough, come take a peek.
Okay.
Because part of what's going to be funny and will help sell her character is your response to that craziness.
Yeah.
You know.
Okay.
So the reason I sat on this for a second, because here's what's interesting. It wasn't bad, and now all of a sudden we got stuck here for about 15, 20 minutes. You know. But there's a part of me that I don't want to give up on something and say like, oh, we're just going to skip over it, because it's important that we learn the lesson. And the lesson here mainly is for you, Ariella, which is just go for it. You know, I want you to, if you're going to fail freaking hardcore. Like I told our team when it came into the studio, even, you know, all this crap hit us all at the same time and these different things. And I said, okay, well, we're not going down, but if we're gonna go down, we're going down swinging, man. Like we're going after this shit. So for you, that's how I want you to feel, is like, all right, I've gotten direction. Maybe I don't even understand it or agree with it. Who cares? Like, I'm just gonna go. Like, if he wants to see crazy, oh, all right, I'll give him fucking crazy. Like that's what I'd like to see happen right now, is just to see you go nutso like that. And then ideally, Joey, you can even just do whatever you're going to do. I want you to improvise on your end and not feel the pressure to do anything other than be affected by her honestly.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
From the top of the monologue?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh.
Can we go back a line, Joe?
Yeah. This is just stupid. So I'm not gonna.
Don't do it. Do not hang up on me when we're fighting, or I swear to God, I'll murder your fish when you're gone.
Nope, you're rushing the line. Come on.
Okay.
If you say I'll murder your fish, that's powerful. I'll murder your fish. But if you say I'll murder your fish, like that's weird and funny.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
Like
Yeah.
you use these words, Ariella. They're good.
Don't
This-
do it. Do not hang up on me when we're fighting, or I swear to God, I'll murder your fish. I'll flush them, or I'll do whatever it takes. But I will hurt you, and you will not like it. That's what I'll do. So you better just stay right there and argue this shit out, or I will wreck your life a little. I don't care if I'm late going in or not. So.
And start putting up your hair right there. Right with your face in there. Just stay right where you're at. Keep your face right up in there. Closer, Ariella. Get right up in there. Yeah. And keep looking at him like I'm putting my hair up so I can kill you. So I can murder you.
Man, you're talking nuts now.
Don't say that either.
Seriously?
I mean, boy, if you're looking for things to get shitty, then okay. But otherwise, I wouldn't say a thing like that. Not anything about being psycho or that sort of junk.
Stephanie, listen.
No.
Please.
Fuck please. Please is shit. Please is like something you crap out in your pants and are too embarrassed to clean up.
Good. That's awesome. Can you please physicalize that line?
Yes.
Use your phone. Have fun with that.
Yes. Okay. Fuck please. Please is shit. Please is like something you crap out in your pants and are too embarrassed to clean up. I'm not gonna even listen to please.
Try it again.
No.
Try it again. Crap out. Come on. It's crap. It's poop.
Okay. Fuck please. Please is shit. Please is like something you crap out in your pants and are too embarrassed to clean up. I'm not gonna even listen to please. No.
Okay then. I don't know what to say to you about this because...
The truth! I might be willing to overlook your general fuckheadedness if I felt as if the truth might be on its way at some point here.
Good. Let's go back.
Telling you.
Hold on. Let's go back. Joey, I think that was too much of a 0 to 100.
Okay.
So you're at a place now where let yourself stay where you were. The whole like she give her the upper hand. It's okay.
Okay.
All right. And Ariella, use your phone and just like swing back around by your own butt.
Okay.
For the crap out part. And just because I just want you to keep being nutso, you know.
Okay.
And he's gonna keep trying to plead with you and be, Joey. I want you to try to be reasonable.
Okay.
Because the more you're reasonable, the more it highlights her opposite of that.
Okay.
Okay.
Stephanie, listen.
No. Wait, I think that
Please.
was... Fuck, please. Please is shit. Please is like something you crap out in your pants and are too embarrassed to clean up. I'm not gonna even listen to please. No.
Okay then. I don't know what to say to you about this because...
The truth! I might be willing to overlook your general fuckheadedness if I felt as if the truth might be on its way at some point here.
I'm telling you the whole...
Don't say it if it's not.
You got caught there, Joey. So what you do is you say the whole line, but you think. So I'm telling you the whole, like that. And you dragged out the word whole. You said,
Yeah.
I'm telling you the whole, like that.
Yeah, because it feels like you're stuck on an island then, because you can't finish the sentence, so you're just stuck there.
Right, but we do this in life all the time. So you have to find a way to do it that's organic, because people stop talking in the middle of a sentence all the time.
Okay. I'll try it.
Okay, thank you.
I'm telling you the whole.
Don't say it if it's not, because I will know, and you know that I'll know. You know it, and I will pounce on you like I were fucking death itself.
Good, Ariella, go back. The same line, just slower.
Okay.
Listen to those words. Use them. It's so funny for her to say, because I'll know, and you know I'll know. Like the back and forth of the know, that's the word, right? So you have to hit that, and it's got to be like, it's juicy, you know?
Mm-hmm.
I'm telling you the whole.
Don't say it if it's not, because I will know, and you know that I'll know. You know it, and I will pounce on you like I were fucking death itself. Seriously, like fucking death.
You know, you swear a lot when you're mad.
Fuck you!
See?
Cocksucker!
I'm just saying.
And I'm saying fuck you. If that's all you can do right now, try and dilute the issue at hand by sidetracking us.
I'm not!
Or getting us all turned around by...
I swear, I'm not. But you're being all...
trying to make me smile, or any of that shit that you usually do. Then fuck you is what I have to say to you! You cut off, Joey. I didn't hear a word you said.
Good. All right, that's good. That's good, you guys. Let's go back a little bit. You know I'll know. Let's go back to that.
Okay.
It's your line, Ariel.
I thought he was going to cue me in. I'm sorry. Don't say it if it's not, because I will know. And you know that I'll know. You know it. And I will pounce on you like I were death itself. Seriously, like fucking death.
Can you go half that speed?
Yes, I'm sorry. Okay.
From the very first word, don't say it if it isn't true. Like, let yourself go slow enough that you can move notes.
Don't say it if it's not, because I will know, and you know that I'll know. You know it, and I will pounce on you like I was death itself. Seriously, like fucking death.
Now, Joey,
You
you're
know
no, wait. This is why I went back. I forgot. You're trying to make her smile. This is a flirt line.
Okay.
And it's justified 3 lines later.
Yeah. Okay. From that line or from,
from that line.
my line?
Yeah, from your line.
You know, you swear a lot when you're mad.
Fuck you.
See?
Cocksucker.
I'm just saying.
And I'm saying fuck you. If that's all you can do right now, try and dilute the issue at hand by sidetracking us.
I'm just pointing it out.
Or getting us all turned around by...
I'm not. I
Or
swear.
trying to make
I'm-
me smile or any of that shit that you usually do. Then fuck you is what I have to say to you.
Fine then.
Yeah, fine.
Okay.
Okay. Don't you fucking laugh at me.
What? And don't you have to be at work or something?
Don't deflect me, asshole.
I'm not. I'm just trying to be.
What did you say that she heard and then called me about?
I didn't.
What?
God.
I'm telling you the truth about what I'll do to you. I am.
Steph,
Greg.
I really didn't.
All right, we'll
say.
stop here. I cracked Ariella with my laughing. Oh, I wish we had a whole audience here that could be laughing with me. Oh, you guys, that was great. That was great. So why did I laugh, Ariella?
Because I was crazy.
Yeah, and you were listening. Like, you were listening, and you heard Joey the way he said it, and you poked fun at exactly the way he said it. You countered his speech. He's like, Steph, and you go, dude. It was funny. That's good. It was good. All right, where you two at? What'd you learn? Where you at?
Can I go first?
Yeah, you can go first.
Okay, so the main thing, and we talked about this on Friday, but I wrote it down because you said it so beautifully. You said, slow down enough so that you can move the notes and play the music. And you literally said that again today. And that's like the biggest thing for me. And I play music, like I'm playing guitar right now, like I'm learning. And my teacher says the exact same thing. He says, slow down so you can hit the notes accurately, because I'm always wanting to go fast. So that's like something that I connected. And I think, honestly, I just need to slow down overall as far as like in music, in life, when I'm speaking, just so that I can my words can live up to their potential. Does that make sense?
Yeah, big time.
That's really it for me.
No, I mean, that's massive. So when you figure this out, and I'm probably still in the process, I know I am, you end up saying what you mean to say. And then that's it.
What do you mean?
When you're talking fast and you're trying to get all these ideas out, you end up saying things you didn't mean to say in a way you didn't mean to say them. And
Right.
you're then held accountable for those words. And you find yourself trying to fill the silences. And that's when your ums and different, mannerisms come out, and you end up saying something accidentally that you didn't mean. And now all of a sudden you're held accountable for that thing.
Makes sense.
How'd you like Masterclass first time in?
It was very interesting, not gonna lie.
Yeah.
Thank you. I'm gonna be honest, I was basically shitting myself. I was really nervous because I felt like I didn't do enough work. And Joey was really awesome. Like, he kept hyping me up and like telling me and like reassuring me. And it took like me coming in the first time and earning my confidence to kind of just relax back and not be so up in my head. But it was honestly really fun. Like, it just reminds me of why I want to be an actress in the first place, because you get to look at a person, multiple people actually, within the play, and see them as people and learn to love them. And you can directly translate that into life, because like, how many people do you have that are in your family or outside of your family or people you work with that really piss you off, but then you can find a way to love them. It just opens up my compassion side a lot.
Yeah. And think about, so Steph's having a really hard time right now.
Yeah.
Essentially, this guy she loves called her ugly, essentially. He said, she's great, but her face. I mean, it's rough. And then she had this big blowout fight. And just imagine that this girl goes to work and she's not the nicest to some customer that comes in or some, one of her coworkers. And she just has a moment where she's just not nice. And it's out of character for her. But she's going through all this stuff. And that's basically what all of us are doing, is we're all going through this life in such a way where we don't really get to know what's going on with everybody else. So if we can continue, I lost my audio here. So if we can continuously approach everybody from this place of grace, how can I assume that you have a backstory and assume that it's not about me, but that you've got your own stuff going on? Yeah, I mean, I'm so glad you got that, because that really is one of the major purposes of what we're trying to do through acting. I mean, I love the craft of acting, and I love producing, and I love directing, and I love watching human beings be transformed. And so my whole thing is like, we can put all this together. We've been doing it for a while, so let's just talk even more about the fact that that's a part of what we're doing here, a big part of it, So, cool. Well, welcome to the class, and by the way, you belong.
Thank you.
And you know it, and and you've earned it. It's not something didn't come easy,
Yeah.
You earned your spot, and you belong in the room.
Thank you, Matt.
Yeah. Joey.
Hey.
What's up, brother? Talk to me.
Not much. I mean, I was thinking here, just kind of sinking into what Ariella said, because it was very wise. She's been a great scene partner, done really good work. It's been a really nice experience. For today, for me, I'm not sure like a specific takeaway, just more just like constantly trying to listen and breathe down into it. We didn't get to rehearse all that much in the breakout room because I was just not feeling great. So we sort of did like a little moment before and like relaxed into it a bit, but I was having trouble like remembering stuff and like thinking, so I had to just sit for a minute. So yeah, I mean, it was really good to push through and get as far as we did, and I thought we hit some notes that we haven't hit before, which was one of my goals for today, because based on what you had said to me yesterday, in passing, I don't even know that it was about our scene, but you were just saying that like in all of these plays that we've been doing, there's like everything's a note, everything's supposed to be funny if you find the right way to say it. So I talked to Ariel about that last night, and we spent like 3 hours and we did like a deep analysis of script and blocking, and I took what I've learned from camera angles and stuff, and we put that in there and just sort of divvied it up and played until our throats hurt last night. So yeah, it's really good. It's a nice wrap to the to this masterclass for me.
Well, that's great. That's great, dude. And I can tell you that you, yeah, I definitely didn't say that about your scene. I said it about a different scene, and that's why you're going to grow continuously the way that you have been, which is, I just snapped at Brian to get the person off the screen. I was really
I noticed.
I'm like, hey, pay attention.
You forget I'm the tech guy.
I'm like,
no, I'm just
like
kidding.
Brian. Yeah. So it wasn't about your scene, but you listened to that, took the critique, brought it back to your scene partner, and you guys worked on it. I mean, that's how you grow. That's how you take this weekend and make it something that helps you exponentially, and it's not just about your scene and your little bubble, but you get to expand in every way, times every character, times every actor, times every critique, and it's like this exponential thing. And let me tell you, dude, we have every time a specific group of people come through, and there's the unique challenge of us casting everybody.
Yeah.
And I've put you in 2 scenes a couple times, and I put you in 2 scenes this time. because I could trust you.
Thanks.
You're welcome, but that's the truth. I mean, that's what it is, you know? Like, I trust you with the work. I trust you to do the work. You know, people don't know this, but Joey's here, you know? He was here early this morning helping me produce my other show. He's here running tech for everybody else. He's helping Brian, making sure he doesn't make too many mistakes. And, you know, over time, he gets a little stressed. He's wearing a stress on his lip right now. His stomach's not feeling good. And yet he showed up, you know? You showed up, and you did a really good work today. And you took direction. You know, I told you were doing the thing with your eyes that didn't get to you. I told you this, told you that. I think I told you one thing at one point that you didn't 100% agree with, but you went for it anyway. And then we got to the other side of those things, and I mean, so you're growing as a performer and as a man simultaneously, and those are the same thing.
Yeah.
You know, so if you can, when you learn to take the critique like that, and you learn to take the direction and to lean into it and get excited about it, the way that you have been, and grind the way that you have been. I mean, I've told you this for a long time, but you're a young kid. You know,
yeah.
you didn't belong to be in the shoes you were in when we let you in those shoes time and time again at the studio, even from when you were a little kid.
Yeah.
But you've risen to the occasion. Like, you've been given the opportunity, and you keep rising up and rising up and rising up. And so, I mean, the world is your oyster, but I'm very proud of you, and you should be proud too. I mean, I saw you leave here sick, and I told you what I said to you.
You said use it.
I said use it.
You said Greg.
I know. What a dick. That's what I said, though. I wasn't like, oh, sorry, Joey, that sucks. You know, maybe you don't have. I was like, no. Here's the thing. I go, you know what? There's a part of you inside every character. And so you're feeling bad. You feel a little sick. You feel a little this or that. Well, guess what? Greg feels that way today. And this conversation would make anybody feel stressed in this way, and all the sickness and stuff. So take it and use it. And you did. And now, look at you. You're on the other side of it. And you may not feel better, but like all the way better, but you feel better. You know, you're lighter already. You know, there's a newness about you. And this goes back to like one last point for everyone is don't quit.
Yeah.
Don't quit. Well, however you feel, don't quit. You can fail. You just can't quit. When you give up on something, that's when you start getting depressed, and you start just like slipping backwards. So be willing to fail forward, fail hard, and you'll end up on the other side of this big mountain of whatever you're trying to achieve. You just keep going forward, because the progress, the one step up, is what feels good. So,
yeah.
All right, Joey. Well done, sir. Yeah, you got something?
I was just going to say I'm very thankful for you, thankful for the studio and all you've done for me. So just really, really grateful to have you, not only as family, but coach and boss and a friend. You know, it's really hard to fit all that into one box, and very few people can do it. And I'm glad that you and I are able to do that and do it well. So very grateful for you.
Thanks, buddy. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Okay, everybody, we're going to be back in about 10 minutes for our final scene of day 4. Very excited for that. For those of you who are in the class participating, please go ahead and head to the virtual lobby, and you can spend some time saying hello to Ariella and Joey. Okay, welcome back, everybody. We've got one last scene here for our masterclass weekend, and I know this has been a special weekend already for all of us, and I'm grateful to everyone. I just want to tell you that off the top. Go ahead and right now, if you're watching, think of any questions that you might have and write those down. I'll be taking some questions. I'll leave some time for that at the end of this scene here, and that includes anybody watching online or any of the students. Just hold on to your questions, and we're gonna meet after class and just have a little chat back. And also, if you are in the class, please make sure that you work your way back into our virtual lobby after this scene, because we will be doing, as usual, our traditional masterclass photo, and we will be commemorating this moment and this masterclass just like we have all the masterclasses we've produced over the past years. So that's it for my little speech here until we get to questions later. Our next scene is called Really, Really. It's from a play called Really, Really, an excerpt from Really, Really, and this is BB and Phoebe.
Surprise, I thought you'd like some fresh linens.
Wow.
All right, let's go back. So Phoebe, you need to go slower.
Okay.
So when you say your lines, surprise, see how it lands.
Okay.
I thought you'd like some fresh linen. See how it lands. And even if you try to, play her like she doesn't notice, she'll be playing it that way, but she will notice her friend is upset.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Surprise, I thought you'd like some fresh linens.
Wow. Thank you.
Yep. And I bleached them. Look at that, completely white.
That's amazing. So, anything going on?
Nope.
So who knows?
Who?
Lee. Come on, it's me.
Okay.
I got you.
Okay, so did you work the blocking?
We did. The issue is we had a tech issue, so Phoebe's now on her phone, even though we blocked with the computer.
Mm-hmm.
But yes, we blocked, like, me on the phone and then she on the computer.
Okay, so I think there's just too much movement and not enough silence.
Okay.
So I was really buying it early on. And Phoebe, believe it or not, you can go even slower.
Okay. Okay. So do you think it would be better if I just started sitting down and had the sheets with me rather than walking back and forth?
Well, it depends on how far away. I mean, if it, if you have to go 3 or 4 miles to get to the other side of your house,
I was just going from the laundry room.
Yeah.
But I can just.
But you could go from the laundry room to whatever the very next room over is if you want, or you could just cheat the laundry room closer. Because I don't mind that you move, like that's fine. Or, I mean, where are you, in a dorm?
No, we made it so I'm at Jimmy's parents' house.
Oh, okay, that's cool.
So yeah, I can just have it be like the laundry room's right here, and then I walk into the room.
Yeah, yeah. Or you even have the sheets in the room, and you've cleaned them, and you're folding them, and then that's the thing. Because I don't mind some movement for you to be trying to avoid the subject a little bit. But when that happens, I think BB's gonna have to just sit there and patiently
Yeah.
watch you and be annoyed
Okay.
by the movement,
Mhm.
you know?
Yeah. Yeah, I can just be folding it as if I had already got in the laundry,
Okay.
if that works.
Yeah, that's fine. But mainly either way, Phoebe, slow down.
Okay, sorry. I'm just super frazzled, but I'll take a breath.
Well, I'm telling you already, between the first take and the second take, you were half the speed and it was twice as good.
Okay.
And I'm telling you, you can go even slower than that.
Okay.
You can just say surprise and then wait and see her. And see
Okay.
that emotion. See what BB's giving you right now? Like she's giving you lasers.
Mm-hmm.
So you can keep looking at that, and what's your goal, right? Your goal is to maybe slowly try to get her to smile or connect with you or flirt.
Mm-hmm.
Like, what are all the tactics that Lee normally uses?
Mm-hmm. Smiling and changing the subject
and being pretty and showing her a little cleavage. I mean, literally, she's a manipulative person. You know, we've talked about the subject matter and my feeling on it, so I can say this respectfully. But Lee is a manipulative person.
Mm-hmm.
So
yes.
she's not in the wrong when it comes to the big issue, but she is that is a part of her personality. She's a tornado, and she makes a lot of damage along the way.
Okay. Yeah.
Because you're not supposed to feel bad for the guys in this play necessarily, but poor Jimmy. You know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay.
Should we go again?
Yeah.
Surprise! I thought you'd like some fresh linens.
Wow. Thank you.
Yep.
Hey, BB, I want to play with something. Maybe hide that a little more.
Okay. Yeah.
So it gives you some place to go. Maybe you're gonna see if she'll pull any of this out on her own or something.
Yeah.
And then so you can kind of bait her into it slowly.
Mm-hmm.
Surprise! I thought you'd like some fresh linens.
Wow. Thank you.
Yep. And I bleached them. Look at that. Completely white.
That's amazing. So, anything going on?
Nope.
So who knows?
Who?
Lee, come on. It's me.
Okay.
I've got you. It's not too late to fix this. I'm sure you've told Jimmy, but has it gotten back to Davis yet? Come on. It's fine. Just tell me what you're saying and we can come up with a plan.
Thank you for your concern, Grace, but you're making me a little uncomfortable with the way you're... I just don't think it's any of your business right now.
Lee, baby, the words you're using, There are incredible ramifications for this. I know you know that.
I do know that. Thank you.
So let's do what's right here. Okay?
Wow.
Well, you can't expect me to stand with you on this.
Okay. Got it.
Don't do that to me.
I'm not really worried about you right now.
You're playing with fire.
Is that what I'm doing?
You're making a mess.
I couldn't walk.
When?
We got home and I couldn't walk.
You were drunk.
Okay.
Oh. Lee, don't do this. If you want to sleep around, that's your deal. I praise you for the courage. You want to start throwing around accusations, though, and I will raise my hand with questions.
Look, I don't need you to get all pre-law student on me.
Well, Lee, how am I supposed to react? Your sister is in the apartment blabbing on about rape. So tell me what is going on.
What do you want to know?
What happened at the party?
You tell me. It sounds like you have a pretty good idea.
I have an inkling. Yes.
You think I made it up.
You're pretending that you didn't.
You know what? I think we're done.
You can't just ignore this, Lee. You can't just say it's done.
Well, you and me, Grace, we're absolutely done.
You're going to throw me out.
I would love for you to be my friend, but it seems you are unable to give me that.
That's not how it looks to me.
Really? And who the fuck are you?
I'll tell you who I'm not. An enabler.
You called me to help me with my lie. Is that it?
You just don't even think about what position you're putting me in, do you?
Don't make this about you, Grace. Stop trying to be an example. Just be Grace. Let me get through this. Just hold my hand and let me get through this.
Okay, so Phoebe, I think you're playing this part here a little too literal.
Okay.
Like the hold my hand part, you know?
Uh-huh.
I wonder if you can try to pull out a little bit more bipolar in her.
Okay. Okay.
So if you could be fun and sexy off the top and then be very, and you did this when you leaned back, like that was really good, and she's like, don't do that. But then if you could start, maybe you get up and you start moving and then you come back to camera and you are just just sort of a horrible person.
Okay.
Like
okay.
you get really mean.
Mm-hmm. Got it.
You know, and so I think in that line there, it's like, why don't you just hold my hand and help me get through this? Not like literally, why don't, like softly hold my hand. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I do.
Like because you're aren't you, like, you're pissed that she doesn't believe you?
Yeah.
Did you make a final decision on whether or not the first time was a rape or not?
Yeah, we're going with it. It was.
Okay, and is it similar to the second time? Is that sort of the idea?
Yeah.
Like
I mean, like similar but less extreme than the second time. I guess I would say.
Less extreme as it being as her.
Not like extreme, but like less overt, I guess.
Okay.
Extreme wasn't the right word. I apologize.
Okay. So when she says I couldn't walk, that's true?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So you have to take a second there and probably just find the fire.
Okay.
and stare your friend down. And then as soon as your friend kind of responds the wrong way, you could turn into ice cold.
Okay. Okay.
Where you know, you're almost like this cobra now at this point. And, you know, like I tried to get your sympathy and you wouldn't give it to me. I gave you the truth for 1 second. You wouldn't give it to me. And now you're coming up here and just, you're like ready to strike. And that might require some movement where you could even leave the camera as is and get up and do some different things. And you can come back at the camera and just imagine that snake type animal work. Okay. So maybe we could, let's see what time it is. Yeah, let's just go back to the top.
Okay.
Let's go all the way back there. And I want to see if you can be, this would be a good exercise for you anyway, Phoebe. I want you to be very, very, very sexy and flirtatious. So be like using the sheets and rolling around in the sheets, and you're wanting her to imagine you in the sheets.
Just at the beginning or the whole time?
In the beginning,
Okay.
until she gets to the part and she says, so anything going on? And you're like, no. And then you're like, and then she asks you the second thing, like, I know, or whatever she says. That's when I think you turn and you're going, oh, I guess we're not going to play this game right now.
Got it. Okay, that makes sense.
It would almost be like have you seen Cruel Intentions?
I haven't, but I know
You're familiar with the idea. So you're like that girl. Like that girl in that is just very sharp, but and mean and cruel, but she can play sexy. So she can put somebody in their place. She can get them exactly where she wants them through her feminism or her being feminine, and then she just like turns.
Okay. Got it. I think that also, yeah, I can definitely try to play that bigger. And then I think from if I'm understanding correctly, the turn is sooner than I thought that it was. Does that sound correct?
Probably, yeah.
Okay.
Because you don't want to talk about the thing, but then she wants to talk about it, and then you're like, okay, so then you're gonna back out, and then when you say I couldn't walk and she doesn't care, that's when you go to the next. So there's a couple turns for her here. But if we see your sort of multiple personality come out, your bipolarism, it does something that's interesting, which is it raises doubts. You've heard of the play Doubt, you know, with the priest and everything.
Yeah, I've read Doubt.
One of the best things about the play is that you walk out asking questions. So this play does that, and I think if you do it right, you keep raising questions because he doesn't come out and say exactly. So it makes people have to sort of fight and argue over these things. So the more you show her craziness, her silliness, her sexiness, like all that stuff that could give one side of the argument something to argue about. I think it's played better.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah. Okay. So and take your time with it. You got to really have fun, and you have to try to affect BB in that way.
Okay.
Okay. Here we go.
Surprise. I thought you'd like some fresh linens.
Oh. Thank you.
Yep. And I bleached them. Look at that, completely white.
That's amazing. So
do it again, Phoebe, and this time sort of crawl. So leave the phone right where it is. Get off the bed and sort of crawl onto the bed. and say surprise, and then sort of roll around in the sheets and like be laughing, and like you're messing with her. Like you're literally trying to get her turned on because that's what you do to get your way with this person.
Okay. Okay.
That's that other side of craziness that I'm talking about.
Uh-huh.
That is like, it's manipulative, and it's kind of not okay that she does that. It still doesn't justify what happens to her, but it's not okay that she's doing that either.
Yeah, yeah. Surprise.
Good. Now lean back and lay back and grab your sheets and just lay all the way back.
I thought you'd like some fresh linens.
Wow. Thank you.
Yep. And I bleached them. Look at that, completely white.
Wrap
That's
it
amazing.
around you completely, so it looks like all you have is a sheet on.
Can I do it with the blue one?
Yeah.
Look at that, completely white.
That's amazing. So, anything going on?
Nope.
So who knows?
Who?
Lee. Come on. It's me.
Okay.
All right, so that whatever that bet is, it's a little distracting, but so we're missing the beat here slightly. BB, it's a slower turn.
Yeah.
From the "so who knows."
Yeah.
So she says something completely white. You say
So, anything going on?
anything
She
going
goes, no.
Yeah, anything going on? And then Phoebe, you have to be like, "Nope." And just kind of, you're still prancing around for her.
Uh-huh. Okay.
And then you're going to watch her for a second, and then you finally come in and go, what you're saying is, "I know."
Yeah.
So the silence in and of itself is a line that she should pick up on.
Yeah.
But she should still be kind of trying to get her way around it, and then you finally go, "Enough's enough."
Okay. Sweet.
All right. So the bed doesn't work just because it's so loud, Phoebe. So just come up with some other way, but you get the point.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
Like in this format, seriously, if she could totally start this thing off, if you had the right sheet, just covering yourself where it looks like that's all you have on.
Uh-huh.
And you could pull it over your shoulder or something. You know what I mean? Like you could do all this stuff with her, and it's like it's this is funny because you have white shoulders. You could be like it's all white, or whatever. You're teasing her, and then she says the "I know" line, and that's when you finally break out of the flirtation.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh. That makes sense.
So be manipulative here, okay? Just keep trying to get her to react.
Okay.
And BB, don't kid yourself. Like you can't not be looking either. You're
Yeah.
So and you're not going to play all your cards up front.
Yeah.
Okay, here we go.
I'm gonna wait.
Surprise. I thought you'd like some fresh linens.
Good. Hold on. Do surprise again, because that did surprise her.
Uh-huh.
So surprise. Then make her deal with what she's seeing.
Okay. Surprise.
Make her watch you.
I thought you'd like some fresh linens.
Wow. It's amazing.
Yep. And I bleached them. Look at that, completely white.
Show her. Like, go down on the sheets. You know what I mean? Like,
Look at that, completely white.
and smile at her.
That's amazing. So, anything going on?
Nope.
So who knows?
Who?
Lee. Come on. It's me.
Okay.
I've got you. It's not too late to fix this. Sure, you've told Jimmy, but has it gotten back to Davis yet? Come on. It's fine. Just tell me what you're saying and we can come up with a plan.
Thank you for your concern, Grace, but you're making me a little uncomfortable with the way you're... I just don't think it's any of your business right now.
That's good. And then go all the way back, Phoebe, on your hunches like that, and just stay there. Because right now, it's like, I'm not going to talk to you about this. Until you feel like you need to move, and when you need to move, you'll move off, like you'll start walking or something. Or go to the bookshelf even. Like, you can, your next move is to be dismissive and really bitchy. Right now you're going like, okay, I'm not ready to talk about this. And then your next move is going to be hurt and angry.
Okay.
Lee. Baby. The words you're using. There are incredible ramifications for this. I know you know that.
I do know that. Thank you.
So let's do what's right here. Okay?
Wow.
Well, you can't expect me to stand with you on this.
Okay. Got it.
Good. Go read a book. No, at the bookshelf. Just go sit over. Are you drinking right now?
No, I
thought that was a flask or
no
something.
knowledge.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so what I'm saying is I want you to be dismissive. So this is a good camera angle. Just leave it right there.
Okay.
This is a wide angle. So we can see you standing and you're not going to pay attention to her, which will piss her off.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, so go read a book.
Don't do that to me.
I'm not really worried about you right now.
You're playing with fire.
Is that what I'm doing?
You're making a mess. I couldn't walk. When?
We got home and I couldn't walk.
You were drunk.
Okay.
Oh. Lee, don't do this. If you want to sleep around, that's your deal. I praise you for the courage. You want to start throwing around accusations, though, and I will raise my hand with questions.
Look, I don't need you to get all pre-law student on me.
Well, Lee, how am I supposed to react? Your sister is in the apartment blabbing on about rape. So tell me what is going on.
What do you want to know?
What happened at the party?
You tell me. It sounds like you have a pretty good idea.
I have an inkling. Yes.
You think I made it up?
You're pretending that you didn't.
You know what? I think we're done.
You can't just ignore this, Lee. You can't just say it's done.
Well, you and me, Grace, we're absolutely done.
Oh, you're going to throw me out.
I would love for you to be my friend, but it seems you are unable to give me that.
That's not how it looks to me.
Really? And who the fuck are you?
I'll tell you who I'm not. An enabler.
So you called me to help me with my lie? Is that it?
Yeah, snake. Go ahead, be a snake.
You just don't even think about what position you're putting me in.
So Phoebe, I gotta just tell you, just so you know this, whenever you move on that bed, it's just like.
Okay.
So that's what I was saying. Whenever you get up, you can't get back down on that thing.
Okay, got it.
So right now, though, grab the phone, hold it up to your face, and look at her with like a side smile right in the lens.
Sorry. It did something. I'm sorry. Okay.
Closer. And evil. No, in the lens. Right there. A little more evil. The snake. Bring me out the snake. And say, who the fuck are you? Like you're gonna kill her.
Who the fuck are you?
Softer.
Who the fuck are you?
I'll tell you who I'm not. An enabler.
So you called me to help me with my lie? Is that it?
You just don't even think about what position you're putting me in. Do you?
Don't make this about you, Grace. Stop trying to be an example. Just be Grace. Let me get through this. Just hold my hand and let me get through this. You really don't believe me. There's not even a moment of doubt. You're that sure?
Do it again. And I want you to not lose that crazy snake.
Okay. You really don't believe me. There's not even a moment of doubt. You're that sure?
I was there, Lee.
Not the whole time.
I was listening.
Not the whole time.
Why are you doing this?
I'm not doing anything.
This is so fucked.
This is right.
But is it true?
Smile a little bit, Phoebe. See, you
What's
can
the point?
That's right. You can be hurt underneath that smile. I'd love to have the tears welling, but you're kind of nuts and crazy, and it's like you're not going to give her the satisfaction.
Okay. What's the point?
I thought we were more than this.
We're not.
Yeah, bring it down. We're not.
We're not.
So what do you want from me, Grace?
I just want you to spread them wider next time. Maybe that way the whole team can fit in.
Win, Phoebe, win. Be nastier than she is.
No. You want me to confide in you and cry in your arms. And then maybe I'll realize that the real person I love has been right here all along, like you dreamt. And you'll think, I'm glad I paid her rent and took care of her. It finally paid off. You want me to tell you it's a lie so that you can help me out of it. And you want me to open my legs wider so that you can fit in.
Well, now we know where we stand. You know, if you're telling the truth about all of this, I hope it hurt.
BB, turn off your camera real quick.
It did.
Again, Phoebe, take a breath. And just whisper this.
It did.
Good. Take another breath. Now scream it.
It did!
And throw the phone. Okay. Woo. Hello, girls.
Hello.
Hello.
So what I was showing you there at the very end were like options, you know. So it sort of depends on how, like, where you're feeling at the time is what choice you would make. But there's a way to make that powerful in a bunch of different ways. But both were great. The scream actually sort of is kind of shocking too. Good. So where are you girls at? You know, mentally as human beings, and tell me about this experience in Masterclass this time, because I know you've both been through it. So this is a new experience.
Yeah, no, it's really neat. It's been very cool to play with the camera and the blocking, and yeah, and the physicality of it all is really, really interesting, and really, really exciting. I think Phoebe and I, over the past 2 days, I mean, we love this scene and this play and have worked really hard on it. And so on Friday, when we got your critique, we were just kind of overwhelmed by it because we didn't know how to synthesize that with the rest of the work we had done. And we felt like, and it was like we had to be really intentional about like keeping all of the work we had already done, because none of the work we did we felt was wrong, but it was like, how do we also include this other big piece that we may have missed, or that could add a level of complexity. So yeah, we rehearsed for a while yesterday and did a lot of talking about it and like what it meant and how we thought our characters were different. And I think we came in today, like, I know I came in today like just being very in my head because of that. But I as today went on, I felt like I let go of that. But I definitely yeah, the past 2 days were a grind, just you know, figuring out how to still be present with this new format, with all of this new information, because we did the work, we know the characters, but it's like, how do you, I don't know, how do you bring it all together? And I feel like I really know Grace and resonate a lot with her, despite when you read, despite her potentially like questionable choices and her lack of belief in Lee. I resonate with her a lot, and she means a lot to me, which is why we were frustrated this weekend, because we care so much about these characters, and because we want to do them justice and do this play justice and this work justice, and portray them as authentically and complex as possible.
So you were frustrated. Why were you frustrated? Because you thought maybe you got it wrong, or could have possibly missed something, or what was causing the frustration?
I think like my head was just kind of spinning yesterday of like, how do I add this new piece in, which wasn't like, it was a puzzle piece that like fit nicely in with the work I'd already done, but it was like, oh my gosh, so then if I really feel this way about her, how do I feel about the fact that she was raped, and what does that mean for the potential of our relationship, and it was just brought about so many questions that I didn't even know how to answer, like with each line. So we talked so much about like the scene yesterday, and like I redid like all of my objectives, and like it's funny because really what you have to do is you have to do the work, and then you just have to throw it away. And what comes out and I felt like the work I had done came out today, but it was just frustrating because it felt like I couldn't, it felt like those choices, I just had a hard time. Like, I think I was just overwhelmed by like, what choice do I make and what's right? I mean, nothing's right and nothing's wrong, but with this new information, how does this change what I already thought? I think I was frustrated that I couldn't answer the questions I knew I needed to answer.
So did you pick a path?
Yeah, no, I decided that she was in love with Lee, but it was subconscious. It was something that she would not admit to herself, and like that she can't even admit to herself. So then when Lee says it out loud, it's unbelievable, because that would change the whole course of my life and what I want to do in my life thus far if I was in love with her, and if I, and given the backstory that I did, like that Lee saying that threatens my survival.
Yeah, which now all of a sudden really justifies that last line. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's clear as day that is the angle. I mean, she it's just so, I think that our playwright here wrote it in such a way that you couldn't deny it, because like it's so hardcore there. And then of course, Phoebe's character comes in, Lee says, what she says, so she's calling you out on that thing, saying, no, what you really mean is that you want to get in. Mm-hmm. And then you don't say, no, I don't. You say, that really hurt, so screw you. Mm-hmm. Yeah, she got you to the core. So tell me, what about you as a person? Because you came in, the reason you're here right now, the reason I'm here right now, is because you reached out to me and said you were having a hard time with your discipline and different things, and you knew you wanted to do more, and so now here you are. So talk to me about that.
Yeah, no, once again, I'm grateful to you for letting me have this opportunity, and this has been like a blessing to work towards, and I mean, and even when we weren't in this pandemic and I left and was in LA, like I missed Deering so much, and the energy here, and the intensity and the work ethic that everyone has, and it's you feel it even now, even normally in the room, and especially now. But yeah, I do love this format, but it's so strange. I feel the connection, but it's not as intense. So I think I think I did all the work and more, but because of how this format is, it was hard to feel as like deeply and intensely, I think, connected. That's just by the nature of how we're doing this, that I think I got frustrated with myself because I didn't feel as connected to the character, connected to Phoebe's character. I mean, and actually, like, I'm blaming it on the fact that this is virtual, but maybe I just didn't do enough of the work. But I think
Well, you know what, and that's possible, and that's probably a good thing to bring up, because if you think about this, and I want you to take this with you. If you end up in a movie, most of your close-ups are done with a camera in your face and a bunch of crew who are not allowed to speak, and if it's an intimate moment, it could be just a couple people in the room, and the person you're talking to oftentimes isn't even there. So you talk about that lack of connection thing. I mean, you're training yourself in a new way it is harder. There's no doubt that it's harder, for sure. But that's why, like, when I'm on film, I'll never, ever give 100%. I won't even give 50% until we're rolling.
Yeah.
They'll be like, hey, rehearse. I'm like, cool. And they're like, that's what you got? I'm like, yep, that's what I got. and then they roll the cameras and I give it to them. Because if it's an emotional scene, I'm worried about it, because sometimes you'll give that take and then you wish you could have it back, you know? And then your job is to get better than that. Your job is to be good enough that you can bring it every time in rehearsal and in the, you know, when it matters. But that's where, you know, even a good director will know not to do that. Will help you hype up to this like emotional place and then go. But I thought I thought the two of you really brought some really good things to this through the medium.
Yeah, I don't not feel proud of what we did. It's just, it's weird going away and coming back and like examining how I've changed as an actor and as an artist, and it's also just like working with different people, like different teachers. You get so many different things thrown in your face, and it's how do you discern, how do you take what works for you and leave what doesn't.
Yeah.
And I think I'm overwhelmed by a lot of things right now, like in terms of that. And I think sometimes when I'm over there, it depends. I don't always feel what I feel when I'm at Deering. And so I get frustrated over there because I know it exists, but I can't find it. Like that feeling is there, but I can't always find it over there.
Yeah.
And so I think this semester, especially moving everything online, I've gotten frustrated with myself because I'm like, I know it's there. I don't know why my old tricks aren't working. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it's about adapting.
Because they're tricks is what they are. You know, that's why. And sometimes the worst part is when your tricks do work. I think that's the worst part. You know, like if I have a trick that works and then you get away with something, but you know it could be better, and you're not being called out on it. I think that might be part of it. But
well, let me clarify. What I meant by tricks is like I know what gets me to a character and what's my way into someone, and so I did all of the normal things that would normally get me into that character, but it didn't work as well as it normally does.
Mm-hmm.
And so just as an artist, I have to know, okay, if it's not getting me to the place that I need to be, then I have to figure out what does.
Yeah.
And I have to do more of it and get creative. And so that's been interesting to see how like my process has evolved and how some stuff still works and some stuff doesn't. And I have to be okay with letting some of it go and changing and adapting. I think that's the biggest thing, is the process that I've always relied on isn't as sound as I thought it was.
Okay, fair enough. And I can tell you too, just we can leave it on this, but when it comes to your teachers that you work with, my opinion is that we're all wrong. I mean, our job is to try to help you find it. So it's not like I come into any situation thinking I'm right. It's just my take on it is I can hear notes and I try to find the person and see what you're capable of doing and try to help you reach beyond what you thought was possible. But any suggestion I make or have, I come into it thinking I'm probably wrong about this. And I think whether the teachers realize it or not, they're all in that same place, because until we can't be in your shoes, you know, we can't be in your clothes and doing it. I try my best to do exactly that, to live the scene with you and feel it with you and try to almost make decisions with you. But even that, it's impossible to do. So as you move forward and as you're growing in whichever school you're at, just know that exactly your take right now. What can I pull from each one of these classes, even if it's what not to do? Even if it's a relationship, or even if it's just like, you know, being tough because there's a teacher that's a total jerk and they think they know everything and they don't. Even that can be a great lesson for you to take from each class. So, I mean, at the end of the day, I think most people that go into teaching the craft of acting are trying their best to help, you know, actors find their way. And so, so your job is to extract whatever you can from each one, and then I think you'll find your happiness from trying to share it. Whatever new stuff you've extracted, share that with the people around you. You know, and I told you this before, but I love learning from students. You know, like when somebody went off and took all the entire Meisner program in New York, and I didn't do the entire program. So he came back and I was like, dude, let's sit down. I want to go through your notes. I want to see everything they said in there. I want to know what they're teaching. I'm very interested to know. So that would be what I would think, is you grab little nuggets and then try to share those and talk about them and explore it. And you're on the right path, BB. You know, you really are. And the reason you're here is because you reached out. And that's a lesson for everybody. If you are struggling, the first thing you do is you reach out to the people you love and you admit it. You say, hey, here's where I'm at. It's not that I'm slacking off, not that I'm a total loser or anything, but I'm just not feeling quite like myself. Let me reach out to somebody that I trust, who I think is actually going to give me tough love. And if you're brave enough to do that, then someone's going to do that for you and then call you out. And that's what I did for BB. I said, all right, cool. Well, no excuses. Jump in Masterclass and we'll keep you busy the next 3 weeks. And then she did. She rose up to the occasion. You put up a beautiful scene. You blessed a bunch of people online who got to see this and got to, you know, experience your critiques and stuff. So thank you for that. And you know, we love you. I just want you to know that too.
I love you guys. Thank you.
All right, Phoebe, where are you at?
I feel really good right now. I don't know. I resonated with a lot of what BB was saying, and I also, after Friday, I felt frustrated and I didn't know why. And I think that I missed being here and doing this and putting up, you know, work at this level with other people that want to work at this level and put up this kind of work. I really missed it. And I was like expecting, I think I had very high expectations for how I would feel on Friday. And I was expecting to feel that sort of sense of euphoria that comes from doing this work. And I feel a lot closer to that. I feel close to that right now. But on Friday, I felt really frustrated. And then that in turn made me more frustrated because I didn't know why I was feeling that way. And I was like, I didn't know if I was upset because I felt like we had missed something, or that I was just unsure of what direction to take it in. But then after yesterday, I just felt a lot better about it, because me and BB just really worked hard. And like, she's just been a really, really great scene partner. And I'm really glad I got to work with her and do this scene. And I just really loved the material, and I really loved doing this work. And it was like a very cool thing to be like, to yesterday have that experience of being like, what I did wasn't wrong, I just have to do more. Like BB was saying, it's not that we need to erase something that we did, it's just that it's not a have to do this work, it's we get to connect this new piece into the puzzle. Yeah. And learning to find the excitement in that and the joy, rather than the frustration of, okay, we messed up, we have to backtrack. No, we get to add and connect more things together, finding the joy within that. And now I'm really proud of what we did and the work that we did, and I feel really good.
Yeah.
And also just
Sorry, go ahead.
Just with the online medium too, I've been feeling a lot of frustrations and like just the whole thing everyone's been talking about of like a lot of the things where I find my happiness and my self-worth. When this quarantine first started, I was like, those are taken away, but they're not. We're on here and we're doing this, and I know you talk about every day is a choice, and one choice I've been having to make every day is, okay, I can wake up and I can be upset and think about the things that I can't do, and I can think about the reasons why this difference is worse, or I can think about why this difference is better. And one of my professors said, he like commented on my reflection that I wrote for class where I was sort of writing about that, and he wrote on the comments, he was like doing class online is like less fun for me too, and then in parentheses, because it's not what I'm used to. And even just that for me was like, he's totally right. Like what I miss is the feeling, and I can create a new feeling through doing the same work through a different medium, you know? And it's not that it has to be the same, but it's that I can make a choice to make something different that is also special. And I think that's been really exciting for me to realize.
Yeah, good. I'm glad you got that from this. And I'm going to tell you, if I go back to your first comment, what you were thinking you were, maybe feeling as far as the frustration, I want to remind you and maybe everyone that you forget when you get into Masterclass and you get out of Masterclass, there is this euphoria that happens. And I talk about the bubble. I think there's a Masterclass bubble that happens. And so you're in this like weekend, and then you get out of it and it's like, whoa. But you forget that the first day is usually that way every time. In person, not in person, doesn't matter. Because usually what happens is you come in, you've done a lot of work, and I uncover some rock that you didn't think of. And until you finally get it, it'll frustrate you. But once you finally get it, you'll react the way Shay did. I don't know if you remember her critique or not, if you were on here for her second day. But she said, day one is exactly what I wanted. It's what I was hoping for. I was hoping you were going to come on here and kind of rip apart our choices and turn everything upside down so that I would get the opportunity to work even harder the next 24 hours on brand new stuff that was going to be so much more fulfilling and whatever. And so she was expecting it. She was hoping for it. She got exactly what she wanted. And you can understand that should be the hope. You know, the hope is like, you're coming in here to grow. You're not coming in here to get me to tell you you're good, you know?
Yeah.
You don't need the affirmation. You don't need me to come in and validate you. I'm going to tell you right now, from my opinion, you should be doing this and doing this the rest of your life. You should be acting, you should be writing, you should be a comedian, you should be doing all the things you want to do because you're great. But you don't need to come into Masterclass for me to tell you that. You need Masterclass so you can grow. You can grow as a human being, and you can grow as an actor, and you can be pushed to your limits. There's something about the way we do the intensive that is unlike anything else. Because if you go all in, if you allow yourself to get swept up by the weekend, you can't help but just like push yourself to these unbelievable limits. And the next thing you know, you come out the other side and you're like, dude, I'm like different than I was when I went in. So I'm glad you're feeling the euphoria now, and you can expect the same thing next time probably.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, let's jump back over. Let's have let's bring the lobby over to us this time, Joey, and we'll end with a few questions if anybody has any on the day.
Sounds good.
And we probably ought to I'm going to bring down everyone else's volume for now.
Yeah, I'm going to mute all once let's see.
Why don't you show everybody coming in? I think that'd be fun.
Oh, okay.
There they are.
All right. Great.
Are they all in? We just can't see them all on the screen.
Everybody's in that is on.
Oh, there she is. I was looking for Saya. Okay.
Here comes Corey.
Hello.
And McKenna.
Oh, a couple more coming in.
And
Okay.
Brian.
And Brian. All right.
The picture of no fingers.
Hey, there's more people on the screen. Cool.
So you'll just have to tell me to unmute and I'll unmute one at a time, Matt.
Can't see Brian though. He looks invisible.
Are you in the back? Oh, what?
He's hiding in the back.
Okay. All right. Cool.
All right. So Joey, you want to run this then?
Sure.
If anybody has a question, you can raise your hand here. Question or comment. We'll end this with about 10 minutes of that. If anybody has anything, and then we'll take our class photo.
Jada first. First hand. All right. Boom. All right, go ahead, Jada.
Oh.
Us about. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Sorry. Go again.
So we now have 3 more months, I think it is, until the next masterclass.
Mm-hmm.
So obviously, you're going to be working hard. I was just wondering, what's your advice when you feel as though you and your scene partner hit a plateau where you just feel like you're hitting the same thing every time, not getting it necessarily right. It just isn't feeling right, but you just don't know where to go.
Okay, great question. So number one, reach out, because we're happy to give you pointers here and there. Number two, we can work on it in the script class while we're going, but on your own, improvise, jolt yourself out of the regular. So whenever you're feeling like you might be stale, I would do the wrong things hard on purpose. So in other words, like I'll do it in a German accent randomly, or I'll do it, whatever, on one foot if I have to, just to get myself out of the rhythm and the funk of something, and look for little gems. Like sometimes what'll happen is you'll be feeling off, or especially if you hate a line, like there's a line I just can't stand. I say this line and I'm always feeling like, ugh, like it doesn't come out right. That's usually the key to something you're missing in your backstory. So then if you go back to that line and back to that line, you just study it and just look at it and stare at it, and you're like, how does that line connect to this and this and this? And then boom, you'll have some kind of an epiphany that'll go off, and it'll change a couple things that will change a couple more things, and then you'll come back into it and you're like, I'm looking at this character totally different. It might be subtle, but now it's totally different. So that's what I would do. Anytime you're in a rut, admit that you're in a rut and do whatever you can to jolt yourself out of it.
Awesome.
Cool.
Thank you.
Yeah. Anybody else?
Ian Seegers. Hang on.
You should just bring up my selfie on here so I can be in the box.
Ah,
then you
gotcha.
Then you just keep it on there. I don't need any more close-ups.
Go ahead, Ian.
Hello, Ian. You are muted, I believe.
I unmuted him, but hang on.
Up.
If we both unmuted at the same time, that could be. There we go.
I hear him now.
I don't know if this question was just asked because I came a little later and then the live. But for me, it's after masterclass. Of course, taking another masterclass would be, of course, like in my mind, the only thing that would be as challenging. But to continue this, in doing everything and anything I can do, I know that doing anything is better than nothing. But I guess my question would be, are there times where doing one thing is better than the other? So for me, is diving in head first, doing auditions, as better than, because I know myself, I can't do it all. So I probably wouldn't take a master class and still be applying for auditions. Not right now anyway. So is there a time where is there any techniques that you could tell us, I guess, to realize what is best for you right then and there?
Yeah, you got to get over that limiting belief, dude. I'm sorry, but you are capable of more, and I don't want you to tell yourself that. So here's the deal: is the auditions. Yes, you should be auditioning all the time. Of course, you should be auditioning and preparing and different things. But you want it. The thing you should take away from this is how you need to train and be working all the time. It doesn't matter if you're with us. Like if you can find another program that can do this for you, that's what you should do. And by doing that, you will automatically be ready for the audition. It'll take you a sliver of the time to prepare for an audition because you're always in fighting shape. This would be like saying, "Hey, so I enjoyed training with you as a boxer, but I'd like to just start fighting without training anymore, you know. And they would be like, well, yeah, you should fight, definitely, you should schedule some fights, but I don't recommend that you don't train on the in between because you'll get flabby and get your butt kicked. So you gotta understand, Ian. We got someplace with you. You are incredible. You're good. You just have to stay good. You know, you gotta just go. Start saying I can, because I know you can, and you know you can. You know, you had dreams of going to Juilliard and doing different things, and trust me, that there's not less hours of work at Juilliard. You know, there's going to be more. So I know you're capable. You just keep saying you're not capable. And if it's money or some other thing, just admit that. And it's a different animal. And I can answer that question separately. But I'm not going to tell you not to train, because that would be a mistake. And you could be reading great plays, you can be reading great books. I mean, you can be training, you can be looking for scholarships, like you can do a lot of different things, but not training here or elsewhere would be a major mistake. And the second you stop training, the minute, you're either growing or you're dying. So you're going in one direction or the other. So you had this major explosion just now, this weekend, where you went, and then every day you don't train, you're just slowly coming down. And then you'll get all the way down to depressed again, and then you'll need someone like me to jolt you back up, and then you'll be on this train like this, and you'll grow, but it will be a very slow process. And instead, what I'd like to have happen is you go like this, and then just slowly keep inching up until you get into your whatever it is, the next masterclass, and then. So yes, audition as much as you can. And you know, I wrote this in the book, but just audition for the sake of learning how to audition.
Yeah.
Audition 1,000 times this year. And even like now we have to, it's video, right? So you just send in video auditions, send them into yourself, send it into your friends, send it into your mom. You know, just audition for the sake of auditioning. Yes, do that. Do it all the time. But you will be successful long-term doing this if you are doing it and growing and learning. All right?
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. Who's next?
Matt.
I thought it was going to be Matt. I just had this feeling.
All right, go ahead, Matt.
Mr.
Here
Morales.
comes Matt.
Yeah, hit it up.
I just want to thank you guys and the whole crew for putting this all together. I mean, I know it's a major undertaking, and from all of us, I guess being the dad or the uncle or the father figure in this whole thing, I really, really, really appreciate it. It's been an amazing growth and development stage for me. Even, and as you mentioned, you know, it's not like riding a bike. You learn to ride a bike and you know how to ride a bike. Hey, that's great. It's continuous, like you said, training, and I just appreciate that and look forward to having the opportunity to keep the wheels turning with you guys. It's fun.
Thanks a lot, Matt. That means a lot from someone like you who's got a lot of experience, and I just really appreciate it. And my gratitude goes back to you, and the more you can do to help and spread the word to anybody who doesn't understand or doesn't know that we exist or that we're training at this kind of level in this town, because that's not everywhere. You know, keep spreading the word for us. We would love that, especially right now. You know, we want to be bringing in more students right now online, but as soon as we're back, I mean, we're back, and for us, it's never been about the money, so it doesn't really like that. Still hasn't crossed our mind, even though of course we're all scared in that way. But right now, we're just worried about people just going backwards for, you know, unfortunately, and then you know, it's like every part of our business has been affected. You know, we got castings and corporate and all these different things have been jolted. And for us, it's like we just want to get the word out. We want to love people. We want actors to be acting and doing great work like this ongoing. I mean, this is a dream of ours. You know, I mean, we would never have done it in this format if we didn't have to. And now here we are showcasing people like you on the world stage. You know, and you deserve that kind of recognition. And that's really cool. It's a happy accident that came about. Sorry, go ahead.
No, that's great. And yeah, you and I are in a same parallel where we have family and lots of things going on, and you can do only what you can do sometimes in life. And that's the way it is. But I want to toot your horn real quick. I sent this out to virtually every family and friend, including directors and folks that I know in the acting community in Flagstaff. And the Northern Arizona Playwright Showcase is a 10-minute play that gets 10-minute plays get submitted from all across the country to this little community theater here in Flagstaff, and we showcase those every August, late August, early September. And the director, I sent the invite to her yesterday for my scene, and she goes, "That's exactly what I'm trying to figure out, how we're going to actually put this showcase on the stage this year." And she said, "We've talked about this. I just didn't know we could do it." So she was just, I mean, you have, and your direction has totally flipped some people's minds, as even in Flagstaff, but it's growing, and you're right, it's growing. And I can't give you enough praise for that and taking a chance. And I mean, if you think about it, I know this is all, you know, you say kind of, you know, very lofty, but I'm reading the New York Times today, and it's, you know, just the front page is all about COVID and everything. And I'm seeing these amazing photos from like Annie Leibovitz photos of taken in the hospitals in New York. And I'm thinking, these doctors and nurses come home every day, and what are they looking for? A release. And one of you is going to give them that release one day. And think about how important your role is. I mean, it's hard to fathom that you might be affecting somebody someday to that degree, that they just need an outlet to come home to and to forget about life and troubles. But that's what we're here to do as actors, and I'm having so much fun with you guys. It's really, really cool. So thank you.
Awesome, thank you. That was wonderful. All right, who wants to follow that up, huh?
Yeah, I think we may as well just wrap it there, you know.
All right, guys. Well, we do sincerely love you. I have to say one more thank you to the team here at Deering Acting Studio. That means Joey, Shay, and Brian. Yeah, all the way around. You see those?
I guess
claps?
I'll just unmute.
Yeah.
We gotta take our masterclass photo.
You guys. Yeah, I think you know, but you have no idea how many hours they've been grinding. I mean, these guys have been following me into the dark hole here since they started, and I'm so obsessed with making things better always. You even saw it today. We go on breaks, and now we got music, and we're just like we're always looking for ways to improve. And this team of ours here is just spectacular. So, Shay, I love you. Thank you. Joey, I love you. Thank you. Brian, love you. Thank you. And I trust you. I'll throw that in there.
Oh my God.
All right, so we're going to end our live segment here. So to the world, thank you so much.